Chapter 8. That's where I traditionally put a save point, usually. We have a playtime of almost 30 hours. Wow. That heartbeat sound effect is the exact same as in Song of Saya. Interesting. It's both Nitro Plus technically, so would make sense. So when Mosley called him out, Ban showed his face at the Frisia Investigations Company half an hour after their promised meeting time. ChäoS said no gyakte now. That's what I would call this. Momose's yell was flying toward him as soon as he entered the office. Punching his neck, Ban put on an amiable smile and walked up to the desk of Frisia's company president. He hadn't bought her any refreshments today, and he was starting to regret it, thinking he'd make a mistake.
あら、つばちゃんは？
今日は別行動。
若い子をこき使って、バンちゃんは楽してるわけね。
いやいや、俺もちゃんとやってるよ。昨日だって徹夜でいろいろ調べてたんだぜ。
Sorry.
おかげで最近の女子高生の生態についてはかなり詳しくなった。
はあ、あんたね、呆れて物も言えないわ。
で、こうして俺を呼びつけたってことは、あの子と連絡取れたってこと？
今来てるわ。
さっすがももちゃん。ちなみに可愛い子かい
Seeing Bran grin and leer, Momose whapped him on the head. It was a rather searing thwack. One with some nice wrist action in it.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよ、エロ親父。
冗談だって。
It was a joke. There was something Ban had requested of Momose as a personal favor. He wanted to have an individual conversation with a certain person who was connected to one of the new gen cases, so he'd asked her to create a setting in which the two of them could meet. He intended to discuss something based on purely personal circumstances, nothing presently related to the new gen investigation. Due to his position, Ben couldn't get a jump on the other detectives at headquarters and go meet her on his own as part of work. Nudging Ban onward, Momose headed for a corner of the office. A narrow space surrounded by file-packed shelves could be found there. It was the space that used as a waiting room, and 2 couches with room for people apiece had been crammed in there. When Ban followed Momose in, a lone girl was sitting there. She wore the Suime Academy school uniform. head lowered and shoulders slumped, she appeared horribly worn out.
ごめんね。お待たせしちゃって。
The girl raised her head in startlement when Momose addressed her. Her glasses had slipped down a little, and she adjusted them with her finger. Dude, we haven't seen her in ages. I even forgot her name. I think it was Yua, wasn't it? We haven't seen her in ages in the game. Wow.
あ、いえ、平気です。
Upon seeing Ban, she nodded to him with a somewhat intimidated expression. Ban felt a bit wounded. In his own way, he'd been aiming for an attitude and appearance that wouldn't scare anyone, but he was forced to acknowledge that the fierce, high-pressure atmosphere unique to detectives had come creeping out regardless. I think around chapter 3 is the last time we saw her in action. She smiled wryly at himself on the inside, knowing he still had a long ways to go, and sat down facing Yua.
楠木ゆあさんだね。
はい。
亡くなったミヤさんの双子の姉。それで間違いないかな。
Pulling her chin back a tad, Yua answered with a nod. The first new gen case, the group diving, a girl named Kusunoki Miya had been among the 5 high school students to jump off and die. Kusunoki Miya, is that the sister of Kusunoki Yua? Or am I messing things up here? Kusunoki, I know this name from somewhere.
まあ、そんな緊張しなさんな。君を取り調べようなんて思っちゃねえんだ。雑談程度に思ってよ。本題に入る前に、
Or was it
ちょっ
Senna?
と聞いていいかい？
Kusunoki Senna, I'm not sure.
ゆあちゃんは妹さんが亡くなったことについてどう思う？
Okay, it's Yua's. It's Yua's sister, yeah.
ちょっとバンちゃん。
It's not coincidence, it's fate.
あ、悪いね。職業病ってやつか。気を使うような言い方できなくってな。ただ、気になってたんだ。捜査本部でも話題になってたんだが、楠木美也さんの遺族は奇妙だって。
Kusunoki.
ばあちゃん。
いえ、いいんです。
Momose had half risen at the insensitivity of Ban's statement, but Yua
私
silenced
も
her.
おかしいって思いますから。
ああ。
集団ダイブで飛び降りた5人には自殺する理由なんてなかった。家族や友人はみんなそう主張している。だが、ミヤさんの家族だけは違った。
Ban took out the fan stuck in his belt and began to fan himself.
何も主張しなかった。あっさり受け入れたって聞いてる。あまりに何も言わなさすぎて奇妙だったってな。なんでだい？
お父さんもお母さんも、みやちゃんが死んでからおかしくなっちゃったんです。
They went crazy. Anguish seeped into Yua's
最
voice.
初は、みやちゃんの事件の知らせを受けた日は、それでも泣いていたんです。
Of course they wept,
お
yeah.
父さんもお母さんも、とても辛そうでした。
Of course they're having a hard time. something, yeah. How do I put it? A friend of mine lost his brother not too long ago, and that was a really, really tough thing for him. A really, really hard thing for him. So it's actually not easy to cope with that kind of a loss.
でも、次の日の朝、なぜか二人は楽しそうに笑っていたんです。ミヤちゃんが死ぬ前と全く同じに戻ってたんです。たった一日で。
Yeah, in a single day, reverting to normal in a single day, that's not normal. It took my friend's family, I think, a month or two to revert back to normal. Or even longer. It's just, yeah.
私、わけがわからなくて。二人は、ミヤちゃんのこと忘れようとしてるんじゃないかって思って。そうしたら、お父さんが、お前に妹なんていないよって。ミヤちゃんが残した洋服とか靴とかを見せても、全然取り合ってくれないんです。それはお前のために予備で買ってあったものだって。そうやってお父さんたちは、ニュースからも、警察の話からも目を背けて、記憶からミヤちゃんのことを消し去ろうとしてるんです。
つまり双子じゃなかったことに？
それで警察にもうちは一人っ子だって言って追い返してたわけか。
私とミヤちゃんは一卵性で、見た目は瓜二つなんですけど、あの子は、妹は、親から嫌われていました。あの子はいつも自分の気持ちを押し殺して、私のことを一番に考えてくれていたんです。
As Yua spoke, she recalled the memory from the time when Mia had been alive. It was when they were still in elementary school. One day, the relatives brought them a single big teddy bear as a present. In opposition to the delighted Yua, Mia said she hated stuffed animals and wouldn't give it a second glance. Their relatives and parents were repelled by Mia's not childish behavior. Even then, Yua had secretly told her that the two of them should share it and treasure it. But Mia only answered, "I don't want stuffed animals, so you can have it." What happened to Anonymous Code? I think actually nothing happened to Anonymous Code. It's probably on the 6th or 7th rewrite. Still haven't heard anything about it. About a month later, when Yua was starting to become bored with the teddy bear, she woke abruptly late at night and witnessed a certain scene. Mia was talking. No. This is heartbreaking. Mia was hugging and talking to the teddy bear with a rapturous look on her face. It was the first time Yua had ever seen her look so happy. Then, for the first time, Yua realized her sister had been lying about not liking stuffed animals. This is one of the scenes where just this protect gene activates. This is too cute for this world. She must be protected. She had borne it the whole time for her big sister's sake. The next day, Yua found a drawing of a bear, which Mia herself seemed to have sketched, under Mia's pillow. Mia had slept holding it while she waited for you to tire of the stuffed animal. The same sort of thing had gone on for these past 18 years. When they celebrated their birthday, Yua was always the one who blew out the candles on the cake. Mia angered her parents by saying, like I could ever do something so idiotic. Yua moved up to the private Sume Academy after middle school, but Mia deliberately took a delinquent attitude at school and lowered her marks. As a result, she went to a public school. Because of the issue of the tuition, their parents could only afford to send one of them to a private school. No matter how Yua tried to yield to her younger sister, Mia stopped her and prioritized her instead. Moreover, she purposefully assumed the sort of demeanor meant to make others dislike her.
I 私は結局、みやちゃんの優しさに甘えて、今まで自分だけいい思いをしてきました。みやちゃんがいなくなって初めて、もっとあの子のために何かできることがあったはずだって、すごく後悔して、私が代わりに知ってあげればよかった。しかも挙句に、親に存在そのものを忘れられてしまうなんて、こんなの、あんまりです。あんまりにも、悲しいです。
Having squeezed out this many words, Yua hit her limit. She took off her glasses and broke down crying, pressing at the corners of her eyes. Omisa sat next to her and gently stroked her back.
それでゆあちゃんは一人で事件のことを調べていたらしいの。みやちゃんに一体何があったのか知るためにね。
そりゃ大変だったろう。
そして一人の人物を突き止めた。
Arm around Yua's shoulders, Momose gave Ban a look.
西條匠くんよ。
Ouch.
なるほどね。
Ban leaned forward from the sofa as he rubbed his unshaven jaw.
いつだったか西条と追跡劇をしてたっていう女子高生の話を所轄のデカから聞いたんだが、もしかしてユアちゃんだったりする？
Yua gave him an apologetic nod.
ああ、興味あるな。詳しく聞かせてもらおうと思ったけど、ちょっとごめんよ。
Smiling ruefully, he gave Yua and Momose a light bow. The cell phone in his inner suit pocket was what had interrupted him. He quickly pulled it out and checked the LCD screen. Sua's name was displayed there.
もしもし、どうした？
どうした？
先輩、7番目っす。
なんだと？
Sua's voice was tense. Even the sounds of the other investigators rushing around in panic behind him came through the phone. It would seem that Sua was at headquarters.
ニュージェネ第7の事件が起きたんすよ。
Number 7! Eyes wide, Ban finally bit his lip, a bitter look on his face. Deducting the gravity of the situation from his bearing, Mamase and Yua watched him worriedly.
ガイシャは3人、友人同士らしいっす。3人とも胴体から体が切断されてて、それぞれの上半身と下半身を別々に入れ替えて手ぐす、釣りとっすね。それで縫い付けられてたっす。それと額にそれぞれ Q、D、N っ って読める傷が。
何かのメッセージか。
QDN?
そこまでは。それと気になることが。司法解剖の結果分かったんですけど、外車の胴体の切断部はノコギリとか包丁とかそういう刃物で切断されたものじゃないって。
どういう意味だ。
なんか強い力で引きちぎられたそうっす。
Tore them apart.
引きちぎられた。
Upon reciting Sua's words in a groan, Ban scratched his head with the handle of his fan.
まるで怪獣だな。あるいは最近流行りの魔法使いとかな。
先輩、それマジで言ってんすか？映画オタクの自分でもさすがにその意見には同意しかねるっす。
単なる例えだ、バカな。いいからさっさと捜査に戻れ。
With that as his sole message, Ban ended the call. Now that it was November, the sun seemed to set much earlier. When I went headed home from school with Remy, the sky was dyed pale orange.
ごめんね。
The hitherto silent Remy abruptly apologized to me.
たく、いろいろ大変だったんでしょ。
3 corpses, yeah. Severed in half. The torsos swapped around. Soon back together with a fishing rod. It had been a while since I'd last gone home with Remy like this. I was sincerely happy she'd returned. She'd said, "Let's go home together" to me today. Hold on, she just returned. And the thing has happened. Is that a correlation of some sort? Although since we'd only gone back together 2 times before, to begin with, I'd secretly feared she would act as if nothing had ever happened, but it wasn't that way at all.
一緒にいてあげられなくてごめん。知り合いが例の地震で怪我しちゃって。
Before we come up with theories, let's read a little bit more into the whole thing.
ずっと面倒見てたから。
Though I hadn't asked her, Remy told me about it without being prompted.
うん。
But to be perfectly honest, Remy's words were mostly failing to enter my head now. The bandage on Nanami's wrist I'd seen at noon. It had burned itself into my eyes and wouldn't go away.
もしかして怒ってる？
In the end, I'd failed to call Nanami after seeing it. I'd become scared of calling out to her. Even though Nanami was my little sister, even though I was Nanami's big brother. I hadn't quite understood who she was that time. The nurse had said Nanami wasn't injured. The hand Shogun sent to my base had disappeared from my refrigerator. It was supposed to have been a delusion. Yet why had Nanami worn a bandage wrapped around her right wrist today? Could it simply be that I was overthinking things? And the reason behind it was something as minor as a burn or a bug bite? Yes, of course, that was the most likely answer of all. But I was still scared to find out. Despite the fact that I hadn't been able to save Nanami, I went on dawdling like this, and I didn't make any attempt to talk to her. I truly was the worst brother ever.
ねえタク、おーい、もしもーし。怒ってるならそう言ってよ。 無視されるのって結構傷ついちゃうな。
え
Eh? When I looked at Remy, she was wilting.
あ、え、
もしかして、私の話聞いてなかった？
After waffling for a bit, I nodded, upon which Remy's pointer finger bored into my cheek.
石てっきり無視されたかと思ったよ。紛らわしいことしない。
Oh, your nails, it hurts when your nails dig in. You know.
あ、大丈夫？
Remy murmured her usual phrase upon finally stopping her cheek poking. Yes, Remy always used those words to show her concern
お
for me.
昼ぐらいから顔色良くないよ。元気もないみたいだし。もしかして誰かにひどいこと言われた？だったら私に教えて。怒ってきてあげるから。
Like a big sister or my guardian, Remy had quite a meddlesome personality. Well, it was already as plain as the nose on my face from how she was nice enough to go along with a creepy otaku like me. I was grateful for now. I was grateful for how she worried about me. Until now, if I had been worried about something, all I could do was either bear it up by myself or post it anonymously at channel. Maybe I should talk to her about Nanami. But when I spoke to her about these sorts before, Remy hadn't believed a word about it. She'd shown the natural reaction of a person who operated by common sense, which was why, if I brought it up like this time, the likely result was her either being put off or brushing it off with a laugh. If so, there wouldn't be any point in asking her advice. I was fine as long as Remy was with me. It seemed like it'd be a better idea to ask Kozupi or Senna what about this issue. Remy muttered in amazement the instant she set foot in my base, but for all that, I didn't really get why she was smiling so happily.
変わってないな。この部屋の汚さがまさにタクって感じ。
If you're gonna go on about it that much, you could clean up for me. Sighing, I turned on my PC.
ちょっと。帰ってくるなりパソコン？友達が来てるんだから、少しはおもてなししてあげようっていう気持ちにはならないのかな。ねえ、お話ししようよ。
Aww. Remy made a reckless demand as she sat on the sofa. And we have a delusion. We'll be going for the green one first. I've had a mano conversation with a 3D girl. I'd soon run out of things to talk about. Well, I'd gotten so much more used to it due to the recent increase in how many opportunities I had to speak with Remy. I still wouldn't last 5 minutes. Yeah, that feeling. Besides, my head was full of Nanami right now, and I was very much not in the mood to have a light-hearted conversation. That was why it ended up seeming like I was ignoring Remy. Painfully aware of my own uselessness, I sat down in my chair. Delusions start. It's- This will be fun. I sensed Rumi shifting behind me. The sound of her clothes rustling drew nearer.
だから、無視しないでよ。
Before I had the time to turn around, she embraced me from behind. I smelled her tender floral scent. Her soft chest pressed against my back.
寂しいよ。そういうことされると。
Apparently, I had retreated from reality again and woven myself into convenient delusion. When I thought of it that way, my sense of hollowness grew stronger than my lust, and I couldn't even enjoy it as a daydream. Instead of pouncing on her, I took advantage of the fact that it was all delusionary, and I could speak freely here to confront her with how I honestly felt.
僕だって寂しかった。辛かったんだ。リミがこの1週間全然連絡くれなくて。
Rumi's movements were conveyed directly to me from my back. Each time she took a breath, her chest shifted up and down minutely. It was only to be expected, but it served to remind me she was living.
ごめん。一緒にいてあげられなくて、ごめん。
Rumi's arms went tighter and tighter around me.
私の中でも、まだ迷いがあって、どうしたらいいか、わからなくて、ちょっと考えてみようと思って。
は？
What had she felt torn about? What in the world was she talking about?
そもそも私、タクと一緒にいていいのかな、とか、このままの関係を続けるべきなのかな、とか。でもね、このままじゃ、きっとダメなんだ。それじゃ、何も救えない。ねえ、タク。私が最初に願ったのはさ、一つだけだった。なのにどうして、私は、際限なく望み続けちゃうんだろうね。あの空を見つけたときに。
I didn't understand what Rumi was saying. I couldn't come up with a reply. Silence descended. Close by my ear, I heard the faint sound of Rumi breathing. It would be strange if the denouncement didn't come soon. The denouement didn't come soon. But nothing happened as silence closed in around us. Could it be that this wasn't a delusion? The instant I realized that, the tension shot through my body all at once. In reality, Rimi was embracing me, pressed up to me without a gap between us. It almost sent my reason flying away. I had a feeling that Rimi would forgive me even if I went ahead and pounced on her. I gulped in a breath and...
ボケナス？今の何？
As though startled, Rimi jumped away from me. The soft sensation of her vanished. A complex feeling spread within me, partly as a sense of having been saved, partly regret. No, more than that, Rimi had heard Seratan's new message voice. This was fairly humiliating. When I opened my email client, I had 3 messages from Grimm telling me to come to our chat room. Now that he mentioned it, I hadn't chatted with Grimm at all lately. Even though we'd met up online practically every day in the past, because I'd also held back on playing ESO. It had probably been close to 10 days since we'd last spoken. What up? So, gonna put a save point here. And go rewind to the delusion trigger and choose the red delusion. And I'll skip over what we have already read.
ああ、そうですか。そういう態度なら私、帰る。勝手にすれば。
It could have... Yeah. See. Flustered, I tried to call her back, but panic made it hard for me to speak properly. Remy halted and looked over her shoulder.
妹さんのこと、心配。
どうしてそれを
Even though I hadn't asked her for a word of advice about
独り
Nanami
言
yet,
ブツブツ言ってたから。
I'm sure I have activated the delusion trigger, but you know, sometimes just nothing happens.
ねえ、私と妹さん、どっちが大事？
I have clicked on it. I'm sure. 100% sure. I just got hit with the worst question ever. I guess there really are girls out there who ask such mean-spirited questions, even though they know very well you can't possibly answer. They only think of themselves, utterly ignoring how the other person feels. I'd never have imagined I would hear these words in real life. This sort of thing was what was so ugly about 3D girls. In the end, it looked like Remy too was only capable of thinking along those same lines. Frankly, I was disappointed in her. It had been stupid of me to let her into my heart, even a little. When you got down to it, the third dimension couldn't hold a candle against the second. I'd better stop hanging out with her. Having lost all interest in Remy in one fell blow, I sighed, fed up. I didn't feel like keeping her here any longer either. On the contrary, I wanted her to get out post-haste. However, Remy's next actions confounded my expectations.
答えて。私か、妹さんか、どっちか選んで。
You should never have to choose in between two women. She deliberately withdrew something resembling a fruit knife from her back and pressed it to her own wrist. What the? Struck dumb, then terrified, I quivered.
私を選んで。私だけを見て。
What kind of delusion is this? Was she trying to threaten me? Was this who she had truly been from the start? Was she perhaps a total mental patient?
「お願い。私を見てよ。」
君は僕だけを見てくれてないじゃないか。
Yeah, I see the point, Silizard. It is probably deliberately trying to blur the lines between reality and illusion. I could imagine that. Without meaning to, I answered her seriously. Although you were supposed to disregard a mental patient's threats, I regretted what I'd done. But it was too late.
見てるよ。
Remy's voice sounded horribly cold. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her mouth formed a mocking
だから
smile.
邪魔者は排除するの。あなたの妹をさらったのも私だし。
Not all delusions come along with that wobbly effect.
タクに選んでもらうためなら、私、こんなことだってするよ。
And Remy slowly pulled the knife against her wrist to the side.
やめろ!
Oh, delusion end.
やめろって何が?
When I came back to myself, the monitor was straight ahead in my field of sight. I heard Remy's mystified voice from behind me. When I turned around hastily, she was still sitting on the sofa. She had a manga volume in hand and was looking at me perplexedly.
顔色悪いけど、どうかしたの?
うん。
What? A delusion? I'd been out of my mind with panic.
メールだよボケナス今の何?
いや。
Remy had heard Seratan's new message voice. This was fairly humiliating. When I opened my email client, I had 3 messages from Grimm telling me to come to our chat room. Now that he mentioned it, I hadn't chatted with Grimm at all lately. Even though we'd met up online practically every day in the past, because I'd also held back on playing East. Oh, it had probably been close to 10 days since we'd last spoken. What up, Heya and Eitar-kun? I've been waiting for you. There's a new moob gen. What? New gen? Is that a typo or is it deliberately done that way? Moob gen. What are you saying? New gen. How did new gen end up as moob gen? New generation, new gen, boop gen, moob gen. It was deliberate, and it makes sense if you think about it. More importantly, the 7th incident. Noticing me catch my breath, Remy got up and walked over. She peered at the PC monitor from behind me. It had happened again. New gen again. How long would it continue? Would I be the next to get killed? The one after that?
タク、気にすることないよ。何も怖いことなんてない。タクは狙われたりなんかしない。全部タクの被害妄想。ね。
It's all just paranoia. Baseless words of comfort. That won't soothe my heart, Remy. That aside, Grimm was practically the new Gen K's publicist. He reported every little thing to me. Now, too, he went out of his way to paste in multiple links to news sites and so forth. Apparently, he was telling me to take a look at them. I reluctantly clicked his links and bit down hard on my lip. Content warning, it's gonna be gory probably now. The 7th New Gen incident, DQN puzzle. Around 4:50 on the morning of the 4th, 3 male corpses deemed to have been murdered by an unidentified person were discovered at one of the iron poles along the railroad tracks at the Shibuya district of Tokyo. The victims are Fujita Kohei, unemployed, Anzawa Saburo, a college student, and Takaki Ryu, a part-timer. According to the police investigation, the 3 dead bodies were each severed in half by the torso. Additionally, they have stated that the severance of wounds did not include any type of sharp lacerations one would expect to see in cuts made by a type of blade. Furthermore, their upper bodies and lower bodies were switched with one another and and sewn back together with sturdy thread. Wounds that can be read as DQN were marked into their respective foreheads, and the police are regarding this as a potential message of some sort from the criminal as they continue their investigation. At the vast anonymous online message board Achan, someone leaked photographs of the crime scene prior to reports about the incident, and it was rapidly certified as the 7th New Generation Madness, aka New Gen case. It was dubbed the DQN puzzle because of how the victims' upper and lower bodies had been recoupled. And on a related note, at Achan, DQN is used to mean people lacking social common sense, such as juvenile delinquents, slackers, gangsters, etc. With respect to the sequence of New Gen cases, the victims' families are attempting to take legal action against some of the more morally offensive posts that have appeared on Achan, resulting in an online debate over the pros and cons of doing so. Related articles. So, another moob gen. Wait, lol, DQN, delinquent, del. Of course, it's got nothing to do with the other cases, huh? Lol, stupid police. You're trying to say it's one of those delinquentators? With their lower body switched up, it really makes it like a puzzle with corpses. I want to trade in my upper half for some studs, huh? Asper Nishijou needs to get a move on and pin down the criminal. Flesh Bear. What the hell? What the hell ASCII art? DQN puzzle.
今日午前4時50分ごろ、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の他殺死体が鉄柱に吊り下げられているのを通りかかった新聞販売員の男性が発見しました。
I wonder what would happen if we would feed a neural network the entirety of science adventure and then let it type some let it write it's a story of its own.
警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む無職藤田康平さん、大学生の安沢三郎さん、とび職の高木亮さんの3人です。
Feeding in a sense of training the neural network using all the scripts of science adventure science adventure texts that have been translated so far.
3人とも胴体の部分が切断され、それぞれの上半身と下半身が別々に入れ替えられて糸で縫合されていました。3人の額にはそれぞれ謎の傷がつけられており、警察では犯人からのメッセージではないかとみて調べています。渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
News clip I watched at the very end showed facial photographs of the 3 victims. I remembered seeing those faces.
あいつらだ。
知ってるの？
昨日僕に絡んできた。
Oof. I'd offered up my wallet, but they'd used violence anyway. And I lost consciousness, and Cosby was there when I came to. The 3 of them had lain collapsed, covered in blood. I took my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it intently. When I revived, Cosby had been carrying it, and she'd given it back to me. Maybe the one who killed those 3 was... No, that's wrong. At the time, When I last saw their faces, they had certainly been pummeled. They were blood-soaked, but their torsos hadn't been sliced in half or anything. They'd been murdered after Kazuki and I left the scene. It had to be Shogun. He was. That old geezer was challenging me. Damn it, how far was he planning to drive me into a psychological corner? It felt like I was about to throw up. My stomach ached sharply and I pressed a hand against my belly. Was I next? This time, would I be the next one to die?
終了
Rima's hand, reaching out from behind me, pressed the power button on the monitor. The screen went pitch black.
落ち着いて気にすることないよ。ただの偶然だって、きっと。
How could Rima be so carefree? It was impossible for so many coincidences to pile up like this.
それより、お腹空いちゃった。ねえ、私が行きつけのお店があるんだけど、そこにご飯食べに行かない？安くて美味しいんだよ。私が保証する。まあ、お客さんはおじさんが多いから、私みたいのが一人で行くのはちょっと恥ずかしいけどね。あ、それと、駅の中に入らなくちゃいけないんだった。渋谷駅の構内にあるから。ちなみに、山手線内回りと外回りのホーム、どっちにもあるんだけど、私は断然内回りの方が好き。
The Yamanote line. Flashback. I really wasn't going to be able to work up an appetite. It felt like someone was holding a knife to my throat. That sensation, I'd been told, I can kill you whenever I like. Let me go already. What you're saying I've done that's so wrong. I'm completely sick of this stuff. Ayase! Kishimoto Ayase lay in bed and gazed vaguely out the window. This hospital window lacked the metal bars, not mental bars. Metal bars found on those of Arkhart Medical, where she had been in the past. Beyond the window spread the sunset sky and the clustered high-rise buildings of Shinjuku. Several pigeons flew diagonally across the view, beating their wings furiously. Ayase occasionally knitted her eyebrows as if she were suffering. Her eyes were slightly sleepy and reflected nothing in them. Nor did her lips croon with the gorgeous voice that had drawn in the youth of Shibuya. Following her failed suicide attempt, Ayase was being held in the psychiatric ward of a large general hospital located at Yoyogi. For the most part, her injuries had already healed. The doctor had told her it was a miracle she had managed to get by with only a few scrapes, despite the fact that she'd fall from such a height. Even so, she had also hit her head hard, and she had been hospitalized here for over a week so they could study her condition. But then, even if they said they were going to see how she was doing, it only consisted of a simple examination every 2 days or so, and the rest of the time, they essentially left her to languish. She had an individual room without any other beds in it. Judy sort of stood propped up against the windowsill. She'd left it there the whole time, but no one of the people who came to this hospital room had noticed it. She didn't have many visitors. Phantasm fans had come barging in on a daily basis, but the hospital banned them from seeing her, under the justification that it would inconvenience those around her. There was almost no one else likely to come to visit Ayase who was estranged from her family. The other band members had shown their faces once, but when they did, she had been the one to bring up the topic of breaking up. Since then, they hadn't made any attempts to contact her. Oh.
岸本さん、体温計ピピってなりました？
The door to the hospital room opened and the white gobbled nurse came in. Ayase languorously turned her face in the nurse's direction and then, if she had only just remembered it, pulled out the thermometer trapped under her arm. The nurse looked at the digital numbers displayed there and wrote them down on the clipboard she had with her.
37度1分と。ちょっと熱っぽいかしら。ズキズキする。頭。
Ayase grimaced painfully again.
あら、また頭痛？でもそれは薬の副作用よ。気にしなくてもそのうち良くなりますよ。
The nurse answered with a smile, now that Ayase had returned the thermometer to her. Her expression was soft with tenderness needed to reassure patients. But Ayase pressed a hand to her forehead and shook her head. Ayase had been troubled by a dull headache ever since she first entered the hospital. It wasn't so strong that she would openly say it hurt her. But she had the constant and unpleasant feeling that her brain was pulsing in her head, and it numbed her ability to think straight. And her body, too, felt leaden. Ayase had experienced the same symptoms in the past when she was in Arkheart Medical. Back then she had been tormented by migraines. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And her emotions became unstable as she lost the ability to sleep regularly. Memories she didn't want to recall. The sealed away past memories from over 2 years ago. The ache in her head triggered flashbacks in her brain. Okay. Not only does this remember me of Steins Gate Zero, but it's also, I don't know. I feel reminded of Kaguri's thing. Not gonna talk too much about Kaguri's stuff, but this is... Fuck, there are some parallels. Actually, I think Steins Gate also references Sayanuta. Or was it Steins Gate Zero? I think one of those. A dark room, a tiny room, fitted with iron bars. Aside from the part where the window was, the walls were covered entirely in mirrors. Ayase was bound to the dead center of the room, made to sit in a crude, steel-crafted chair. On her head was a type of headgear with numerous cords attached to it. And her head and her hands were bound behind the chair's backrest. And her face was fixed in place with her chin tilted up slightly. Nobody else was in the room. Only Ayase's wild breaths and the creaking of the chair continued, resounding through the room. Drew hung from the corner of her mouth, and she let out a beastly cry, one would find difficult to associate with a girl of tender years. It was a very quiet form of torture. They only did one thing to her. At even intervals of 5 seconds each, without any irregularities, a drop of water fell on her forehead. That was all. The result of this situation continuing for 2 days without any rest was that Ayase grew incapable of thinking about anything other than the next drop to fall, and her senses became extremely fine-tuned. And each time a water droplet struck her forehead, she had the hallucination that every nerve in her body was being torn apart. The hallucination that every bone in her body was being ground to dust. The hallucination that a long, sharp awl was penetrating her forehead. The hallucination that every liquid in her body, her blood included, was freezing. The hallucination that every inch of her skin was slowly rotting and falling away, and as these assaulted her, she could no longer stay sane. Breaking out of her reverie, Ayase clenched the sheets as she panted over and over. She quaked at the revival of her shadowed memories. The nurse from before had long since left the room. It was right around dinner time, and she could hear pitter-pattering in the hallway. Ayase inwardly ruminated over the nurse's words. She didn't know whether this headache was truly a side effect of her medicine, or because she had hit her head when she jumped and fell, or if it were a hallucination brought about by her memories of the past. She wiped away the sweat seeping from her forehead. Ayase laughed self-despairingly.
構わないわ。今さら何をされたって。あれは、あの神罰を
Divine
耐
punishment?
え抜いたんだから。
You call that divine punishment?
迷わない。私は。
What would you go stray from? And she muttered though to herself with heightened emotions. Ayase abruptly noticed a sound echoing from the corridor, an almost comforting sound of someone's shoes in linoleum. It wasn't a nurse. The footsteps boldly approached Ayase's hospital room. The knock on the door made Ayase press her lips together.
失礼します。
A lone man appeared holding a gift basket full of fruits in his hand. Ayase remembered seeing him somewhere before, therefore she regarded him with caution in her eyes.
どうも。あ、別に怪しいもんじゃないっすよ。自分は。
知ってるわ。
He was a detective from the police station. He had previously come trailing after Ayase, treating her as a vital person of interest in the new gen cases. The detective scratched his head happily. His demeanor was quite carefree.
いやー、嬉しいっす。君みたいな美人に覚えててもらえて。記憶力いいんすね。
The detective walked up to the bed. Ayase flicked a look at her D-sword propped up against the windowsill. It was far enough away that she couldn't reach it simply by stretching out her hand.
今日はお見舞いに来たんすよ。
そうは思えないわ。目的は？
鋭いっすね。
The detective recoiled exaggeratedly. There was something theatrical in his attitude.
まあ、ちょっと綾瀬ちゃんに聞きたいことがあって。あ、 これよかったら食べてほしいっす。
With an innocent smile, the detective held out the basket he was carrying and laid it by Ayas's feet, without quite obtaining her consent. Unconsensual basket stuff.
うまいっすよ。あと高かった。
いらない。
まあそう言わず、せっかく買ってきたんで。後でお母さんが来た時にでも切ってもらって。あ、しまった。綾瀬ちゃんはもう何年も両親に会ってないんだったっすね。
Asa felt nothing in particular, even in response to the detective's air of feigned innocence. She'd severed ties with her parents when she was young. Her parents were the kind of people who cared about appearances, and Ayase was at the time had caused nothing but trouble, was innocent for them. There technically remained a connection between her and them. Every month, money was for living expenses got added to her bank account.
申し訳ないっす。
The detective bowed his head to her. Though Ayase had last begun to overcome how shaken she'd felt after her flashbacks, she didn't want to spend much time speaking with this detective, and so she moved to hasten the conversation.
聞きたいことって何？アリバイ？
違うっすよ。それは前に散々聞いたし。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑は晴れたっす。君は白、真っ白。
Hmm.
目星はついたの。
100% innocent. Okay.
犯人の。
それは教えられないんすよ。捜査上の秘密っす。
匠。
秘密っす。
The detective was smiling, trying to fool her with a grin. When he smiled like that, she caught a glimpse of the parts of him that remained unrefined.
しかし西条くんは不思議な少年っすね。彼を見ていると殺人の容疑者にはとても見えない。もしあれで本当に犯人だったとしたら、まさに人の皮をかぶった悪魔っす。
まだ容疑者なのね、彼。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。
Even as Ayasa persisted in pointing out to him, the detective laughed and denied it at once.
ああ、今の話、誰にも言っちゃダメっすからね。情報漏洩すると上司に怒られるんすよ。まあ当然なんすけど。
I don't know, the detectives, they have their function, but they're just the most boring part of the game. Whenever the detectives show up, it's just... Get on. Do something. Or whenever the police is on, it's just... Those parts do really kind of drag themselves out, so...
この前も先輩のとばっちりで怒られたばっかで。綾瀬ちゃんも一度会ってると思うんすけど、覚えてるかな。バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで不精ひげ生やしたおっさんでか。
Ayase remembered. When they were questioning her, in fact, the older detective had spoken far more often than the young detective here now. And his manner of speech had been considerably persistent.
あの人がすぐこのバカってどうなるんすよ。
Because you are a fool.
そのくせ自分は本来の操作をせずに、なんだかわけのわからないことばっか調べてて、挙句の果てに自分まで無理やり付き合わされて、最近胃が痛いんすよね。いや、まあ根はいい人っすし、勘が異常に鋭い人で、過去にも難事件をいくつか解決に導いたらしいんすけどね。
その話をするため、ここに来たのは。
When Asa interrupted him, the detective smiled wryly.
ああ、いや、申し訳ないっす。つい愚痴入っちゃったっすね。
Oh, sorry.
今の話は全面的に内緒にしてほしいっす。諏訪守、一生のお願いっすよ。
それで、
一つ目は、なんであんなことを？
Why did he do what? Asa understood that he was referring to how she'd jumped from the school roof.
もう何度も話したわ。他の刑事さんに。
邪神王グラジオールの復活を阻止するためですか？
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。魂を一つ上のステージに持っていこうとしただけよ。
例の若者の間で話題になった君の歌についても似たようなこと言ってたっすよね。
This was his second question. Asa took a small breath.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんかじゃないわ。あの詩は。グラジオールサーガのインスピレーションを受けて作った第3章102節よ。世界に邪神王グラジオールが現れようとしている。復活を阻止するにはグラジオールが流した黒い血によって作られた。杭は剣へと形を変え、神罰を乗り越えた7人の黒騎士の手に渡る。
Okay.
目には目を、歯には歯を。邪神を背負いし人間だけが邪神王を滅ぼせるのよ。
なんか映画みたいっすね。そういう壮大な設定は好きっす。
Asa narrowed her eyes when the detectives gave her his impressions.
設定じゃないわ。現実よ。
じゃあ最後の質問っす。
The detective let Aya's objection slide without comment, but she was used to receiving that sort of reaction. Up until recent, there had not been a single person who believed Aya's story.
君や西条くんの他にも水明の生徒について何人か洗ったんすけどね。
The detective folded his arms and groaned. This too seemed theatrical, but Ayase had no intention of saying so to him.
何？
すごくバカバカしい質問なんすけど、刑事が質問するようなことじゃないんすよね、本当は。子供じみてるっていうか。
そう。質問する気がないなら出て行って。頭が痛いの。
痛いの？
ああ、いや、実はね、バンさんが妙なことを言い出してるんすよ。君たちは魔法使いなんじゃないかって。
魔法。Magie. Magic. Isa furrowed her eyebrows a tiny bit at the phrase, the lot of you.
違いますよね。
使えるわ。
Ayase answered without looking at the detective, instead gazing at her own hand laid atop the sheets.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね。
でも、ニュージェネは、グラジオールの騎士とは無関係。
ああ、そうっすか。まあどうでもいいんすけどね。
The detective let Ayase's words slide without showing much interest in them, then stretched widely. Without warning, an electronic sound began ringing through the quiet hospital room. Flustered, he took his cell phone out of his suit pocket. So this is Sua's cell phone ringtone.
まずった。病院って携帯禁止なんすよね。電源オフにしておくの忘れてた。うわ、しかも女からだし。
My lady.
付き合って4年になるラブラブの彼女がいるんすよ。
Grinning, he pressed the off button, forcibly ending the call. He then faced Ayase anew.
綾瀬ちゃんは映画見るっすか？スパークウォーズって知らない？それに出てくるダース・スパイダー伯爵のテーマなんす。今のメロディー。
Yeah. Darth Spider. He had no interest in movies and the like. She had no interest in music and in movies and the like. Judging that she was no longer bound by any duty, nor any need to answer this detective's questions, she fell silent and shifted her gaze to beyond the window.
実は自分スパークウォーズオタクなんすよ。あ、興味ないっすか？そりゃ失礼したっす。じゃ、自分はこれで。
Ending with that one-sided exchange, the detective left the hospital room. Ace's eyes made no effort to see him off. All that reflected was the sky transmuting from twilight duskiness to indigo blue.
このボケナス、ずっと待ってたんだからね。
Aww.
あなたのことなんか大嫌い。でも大好き。
I dazedly watched Seiratan move around in the monitor. The latest episode of Buracho had aired late last night. The story was steadily heating up and people had pretty high opinions of it over at Achan. This was the third time I'd watched it, but not a bit of it entered my head. When I looked at the clock, it was about 10 at night. Rimi had gone home around 8. She had said kind words to me and encouraged me about this and that in the midst of my depression, because Rimi was with me. Today had been less lonely than the rest of the week. But Rimi still refused to accept that the situation was all that serious. It almost seemed like she was avoiding the topic of anything related to New Gen. Maybe she found it to be obnoxious on my part. Someone she knew had been injured in the earthquake, and she must have her hands full with that. And maybe she couldn't afford to bother with the likes of me. No, but it was certainly possible that I might be overly paranoid, but regardless, this hazardous situation was the real thing. Even today, he might murder me. The reason why Shogun insisted on coming after me. If I only knew what it was, I would be able to come up with some small counter strategy.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。中でも一番特別なのは、
The super special thing among you.
その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。
Whose eyes are those eyes? The words one could now hear all over Shibuya online. They had become synonymous with the new gen criminal. Words I had made frequent use of for a long time now. Shogun must have known that when he decided to use them as a message for me, or as a form of provocation. When had I first begun using these words, I had a feeling that someone had taught them to me. I dimly remembered writing about it in grade school, in a grade school essay. As you might have guessed, the title was "Those Eyes Are Those Eyes." Why? I had mostly forgotten the contents. I wanted to double check what it said. What had I written in that essay? Was it still back at my parents' house? I suspected an essay that old might have gotten chucked. That old might have gotten chucked in the trash ages ago. Except since long ago, I'd had a habit of putting everything important to me in a big empty tin that used to hold candy, which I called my treasure box. And so the essay too might be inside it. What should I do? Go to my parents' house, but I didn't want to run into Nanami. I didn't know what I should say to her.
はあ、僕はどうしようもなくヘタレだ。
Ponderously getting up out of my chair, I flopped down on the sofa instead.
あなた、なんでここにいんの？これは違うんだからね。私は別にさ、立ち食いそばが好物なわけじゃないさ。何ニヤニヤしてんの？このボケナス。うなれ！侍コンデンサー！
I rolled onto my back, letting Sarata's lines wash over me as I gazed up at the ceiling. A bleak ceiling made of exposed metal plating. There weren't any wood wars or stains I could mistake for a person's face, as there were in my room at my parents' house. But if that's just plain metal, isn't it gonna be soaring hot in the summer? Like, if the isolation is really bad. At the corner of my vision, a tin with a familiar design to it lying atop my loft bed together with my pal Beroge caught my eye.
あれって。
A tin. I hastily got up and climbed up the ladder to look at the top of the bed. Square, reddish-brown tin. It was about the size of B5 paper. The word shortbread appeared in white on the lid. There was no mistaking it. My treasure box. So I'd brought it here from home. Not that I had any memory of doing so. Good job, me. I was quick to bring the can down and open its lid. Inside were test answer sheets, handwritten essays, torn out sketchbook pages, and the like. There were few trinkets and pretty much everything was paper. I took all of them out of the can and began searching for what I had in mind. I soon discovered it, because after all, it was right on top. Faded grid-style paper. Whose eyes are those eyes? Grade 4. You couldn't have said the letters there were well written, not even out of flattery. Here, I wondered if some weighty secret were hidden here in this essay. Something Shogun would have good reason to be picky about. The meaning of what the old homeless guy had said, the most special among you. I caught my breath nervously and began reading with great care so as not to overlook a single word. Whose eyes are those eyes? I dream a lot. In my dream, big me visits little me in a time machine. Big me does not look like little me at all. The time machine has a lot of buttons, and I think a shower or shampoo or something comes out if you push them. I asked Big Me to show me how it works, and he said we could go see dinosaurs or even cavemen. Yes, that. Yes, what I am bad at in school, and I said I'm bad at math. He told me there was a switch that could make me super good at math. He got really angry when I tried to use it. I think he said I need to earn it by trying hard. He only got mad at that one time. So he was nice, and it was fun after that. He told me about the girl I marry. That's a secret. I also asked him about God. He told me God is real. I think God is real too. God is watching everywhere. Mom said, you go to hell if you do bad things. I can never do bad things. I have to be kind to my little sister too. Mom told me it was not God that watches you do bad things. She said it was a scary man. A scary man is those eyes. The scary man is the whose eyes are those eyes monster. You go to hell if he sees you. God's eyes and whose eyes are. Wait. God's eyes and whose eyes are those eyes are in the skies, and the house and the walls and the ceiling and the school, and there are a lot of them, and they are watching me all the time. I think I should do good things because of that. It embarrasses me because they still watch me even when I need to use the toilet or take a bath. Also, since I was really little, I could dream when I closed my eyes even though I was not sleeping. The inside of my head was like a video game or manga. Is that a sign of his early, you could say, delusions? Him having written this thing so early in his life is also weird. Every time I do it, the whose eyes are those eyes monster comes out. So I do not like doing it. I asked Mom and she said not to do it. But while I'm writing this essay, I asked Big Me in my dream about the time machine, and he said he knew all there was to know. He said that he would not tell me anything though, because I am just a kid. So from now on I want to do tons of really good things so I can beat those eyes are those eyes. The end.
なんだかよくわからないな。
The other thing I grasped for sure was that I had sensed God's gaze back then. Maybe I'd been quite the weirdo as a kid. In any case, it was simply impossible to try reading something into these incomprehensible contents. It seemed like it'd be more of a handful than deciphering hieroglyphics. That was when I suddenly noticed there was a doodle on the back of the essay. Kind of doodle. Come to think of it, I'd love scribbling at the time, hadn't I? For instance, I'd always draw little moustaches and sunglasses on the facial photographs of the great historical figures. Appeared in my social studies textbooks. And I'd used the corner of my notebook for flipbook drawings. Drawing became more and more fun to me, to the point that eventually someone bought me a sketchbook. Not that anyone had ever praised me as being good at art. As I soaked in nostalgia, I flipped the paper over to see what was drawn there. Oof. It was cryptic scribble. It surely is weird. It was cryptic, but it included just one thing. I'd seen very recently.
IR2
Was it an equation or something with a separate significance, or no more than a meaningless string of letters and numbers? I didn't know, but it was the same as the equation Shogun had posted out of the blue when he first made contact with me in a chat. Those eyes are those eyes, and I are knee. Those key phrases found in an essay I'd written years ago. Key phrases I myself had forgotten. If Shogun knew them, it meant he truly must be making secret recordings of my thoughts. Hey Steiner, he didn't read out the essay as of yet. Or did he? I don't remember reading much of it, anything. Like, we went through this drawing on the back of the essay. Yeah, we did read it, sorry. Yeah. He did read it. I remember. My memory's getting clouded. Ban read a file with ferocious intensity in Frisia's reception room, although it was one in name only, being a narrow space set apart by shelving. Yeah, he read the essay, definitely. And there were multiple instances of whose eyes are those eyes in that essay that was like years old. Okay. Opposite him, Yua shrank into herself where she sat. She had been incessantly peak and advanced expression for a while now. She was The very picture of a child showing her report card to her parent. It's commented out in the old... Weird. Commented out in the game files. Weird. Ben was reading a report on everything Yua had investigated up until now regarding the new gen cases and Nishizu Takumi, including things like a log of the chat between Takumi and Shogun on the day before the staking incident. Yua had concluded that Takumi really was the true new gen culprit.
すごいわね。これ全部一人で調べたの？
はい。一応。
Yua lowered her face apologetically, even in response to Mama's words of admiration. She ended up gazing at the bag she'd left at her feet, and the girl froggy straps that hung from it. She was dealing with a detective and the president of an investigations company. They were the ultimate pros when it came to investigating. It would be unavoidable for these two to regard as child's play any information Yua, a mere ordinary high school girl, had independently discovered. But Ben, like Mama said, was impressed by the high quality of her report.
なかなかいい着眼点だ。よく調べたな。とりわけこの西条匠の多重性ってのが興味深い。西条匠は多重人格であり、オリジナルとなった西条匠の人格が眠っている時、つまり他の人格が活動中に事件を起こしている。本当に面白いわ。まあでもちょっとばかり現実離れしすぎてるかな。
刑事さんは西条くんのこと犯人だって考えてないんですか？
はっきり言っていいかい？
Yua nodded, her face going a bit stiff.
警察じゃ西条匠は容疑者として見ていない。
へえ、そうなの。
A screenshot of the backlog. I will see if I can find it in the backlog. The backlog is kind of weird at the moment. It should be in the VOD anyways, which will be up after the stream finishes. Yeah, it's impossible to navigate that thing efficiently. Not only you, but also Mama say widened her eyes. Baron grinned ruefully. Leaning against the back of the sofa, he folded his hands behind his head.
少なくとも貼り付け事件じゃ西条は白だ。遺体を貼り付けていた杭には指紋がべったり付着しててな。 西条の指紋を手に入れて照合してみたんだが、全く合致しなかった。
そんな。
Yua immediately went pale and her lips started trembling. Now that everything she believed had come clattering down, guilt over her horrible things she'd said to Takumi advanced on her heart.
杭にあった指紋から容疑者についてはほぼ固まってんだ。まだマスコミにも公表してねえけどな。ちなみにそれ、諏訪のお手柄だったりする。
Whose fingerprints are those fingerprints then?
スワちゃんは頑張ってるっていうのに、バンちゃんはよくここでのんびりしていられるわね。
実は俺、捜査本部から外されたんだわ。
はあ？
本来の捜査サボって G レートのこととか調べてんの上司にバレちゃってな。
That was the reason why Ban wanted to tell his junior Suwa that there was no need to go as far as calling to inform him of the 7th case.
あんたね、もっとうまく立ち回りなさいよ。まあバンちゃんに G レートのことを教えた私にも責任はあるけど。
気にすんなって。それに G レートの件は個人的にも気になってたんだ。まあ西条にしても貼り付け以外の事件じゃまだ捜査線上にいる。もしかするとユアちゃんの推理が正しいかもしれん。
ニュージェネは同一犯による連続殺人事件じゃないって警察は考えてるの？
まだなんとも。ただついさっき第7の事件が起きたようだしな。個人的には犯人は複数いると思ってる。いろいろ喋っちまった。口外したって知られたらクビになっちまう。今のはオフレコな。
Ban mischievously pressed his pointer finger to his lips.
で、本題なんだが。
Yua tilted her head in surprise, as she had been convinced the previous conversation was the reason they had summoned her here.
聞きたいことってのは学校のことなんだよ。ゆあちゃんは青井瀬名って子知ってるかい？君の同級生のはずなんだが。
After some thought, Yua shook her head regretfully.
名前は聞いたことがあるような気がしますけど、話したことはありません。
ああ、そうか。
その人が犯人なんですか？
ああ、全くの別件だ。昨日徹夜したのもその子のこと調べてたからでな。
Stalker.
あんたさっき女子高生の生態がどうとかって。
Ban grinned and winked at the puzzled Mamase. And then he swiftly turned back to face Yua.
例えば学校でものすごい手品を使う女生徒がいるって噂を聞いたことは？
いえ、ありませんけど。
さっぱり話が見えないわね。何のこと？
例えば何もない空間から剣を取り出すような手品とか。
He's onto something. Yo raised her head with a jolt. Her expression was filled with shock.
どうしてそれ？
Opposite her, Ban too put on a surprised face at her reaction, though He'd asked the question himself.
心当たりがあるのかい？
After some hesitation, Yuan nodded firmly.
どこで見た？
駅の近くの地下道です。西条くんと岸本さんが。
フェスだな。それで？
Fizz. Oh yeah, that Fizz scene. You summed up the chase scene that had taken place about 2 weeks ago. How she had gone to a manga cafe to see Nishijo Takumi. How he had run away from her when she approached him a little coercively. How she had frantically chased him through Shibuya and how he'd lost her in the end. Just as she was ready to give up, she saw Takumi and Ayase entering the tunnel.
だから私、その階段の上から二人の様子をこっそり伺っていたんです。二人は階段の一番下で何か話していて。どんなことを話していたかは聞き取れなかったんですけど、そしたら突然、岸本さんが剣を何もないところから取り出したんです。
She rebooted.
すごく大きな剣で、バッグにも入らないような。
まさか。
俺が見たものと同じだな。
The detective has seen something like that. What?
俺が見たのは岸本じゃなかったかな。さっき名前を出した葵瀬名っていう少女だ。実は葵が剣を振り回してたっていう目撃証言が渋谷のあちこちから出てる。
What?
その手品、渋谷の若い子たちの間で流行ってるのかしら。
でも、私が見たあれは、手品にはとても見えませんでした。それに。
他にも何か見たの？
Did you see anything else? Did you?
信じてもらえるかどうかわからなくて、誰にも話したことはないんですけど、あの時、岸本さんは剣を出しただけじゃなくて、
Yo cut herself off and slowly licked her lips. She appeared to be wavering over whether or not to say it. Her eyes swam around. But at last she captured Ban in her sight as though she'd made up her mind.
二人に分身したんです。まるで本当にその場に二人いるみたいでした。
Shadow Clone Jutsu.
私、わけがわからなくて。
An oppressive silence filled the reception area. All three of them were embarrassed and unsure of what to say.
とにかく、一体どんな種があるのかわかんねえが、そんな手品みてえな真似ができる連中がこの渋谷には何人かいるらしい。それと岸本綾瀬も葵瀬名も西条匠と接触したことは確認済みだ。これが偶然とは思えねえわけよ。
Coincidence.
西条くん。
あの少年の周囲ではどうも現実離れしたことばかりが起きてるような気がする。
As Ban spoke, he suddenly recalled what he himself had said during his phone call with Suba.
怪獣か魔法使いで済ませられるならよっぽどいいけどな。
His mutter didn't reach the other two. Momose, disliking the oppressive atmosphere, sipped some of the tea her subordinate had carried over and took a breath. Next, she crafted a smile and made an attempt to change the subject by force.
ところでゆあちゃん、そのカバンにぶら下がってるカエル、最近流行ってるんでしょ？
Don't tell me those hoppies are involved in that. Would that be hoppicide? Hoppicidal?
はい。
Yuha let out a relieved breath, wearing a face that said this had saved her.
なんて言うんだっけ？
ゲロカエルンです。
いろいろ種類が出てるんじゃなかった？ 10 種類ぐらい。
はい。私は、友達からもらっただけなので、詳しくは知らないんですけど。
なんだってこんな手抜き商品が流行るんだろうな。見た目だって俺の方がずっと可愛いぞ。
Dude, you're in no way cute. You're just a sloppy detective that annoys me from time to time.
ワンちゃん、寝言は寝てから言いなさい。
冗談だって。
私も、実はどうして流行っているのか、よくわからないんです。
あら、結構可愛いと思うけどね。
ももちゃんの見る目も衰えたな。
世論は私の方が正しいって証明してるじゃない。ワンちゃんも買いに行った方がいいわよ。
一体どこへ行けば買えるものなんだ？
ゲロカエルンの専門ショップがあちこちにあって。
I should get a gero frog for myself sometime. For my science adventure shrine. So, by the way, my science adventure shrine has been extended with a copy of the Xbox 360 limited edition of ChäoS at Noah. I picked it up at a convention last weekend for just about 40 euros, which is good.
専門ショップだ？
They actually exist, those you could say hoppies. They are special, you could say, science adventure merch that you usually only get in Japan. I've seen multiple of them on Twitter, for example, on Distant Valhalla's Twitter account, or you could say Reading Steiner. And some of his friends also, like, I think even Yink has a Gero Frog. He even has a Gero Frog plushie, which I've seen at a convention. Like, he has brought it to a convention when we were cosplaying from Steins Gate. So, yeah. They exist. It's just hard to get a hold of them.
そこで、金曜日に行列に並べば買えると思います。
金曜日？
毎週金曜日に新しいデザインのものが発売になるんです。好きな子は、コンプリートとか言って全部集めてるみたいで。
I should get the classic green one for, just to try. I could 3D print one for myself, but they wouldn't look as pretty. Yua was in the middle of talking, but Bam stroked his unshaven chin as he put his head together with Momose.
金曜か。流行るとは思えないものが流行ってて。 GE レートは毎週末に上昇する。
So when the Gero frogs are being released, the GE rate goes up? Does that correlate with, you could say, the store's opening times?
まさかバンちゃん。
当たってみる価値はあるかもな。
I'm just gonna put a save point here. When I showed my face at school on Friday, Mr. Mikun suddenly invited me to go pay Ayase a visit in the hospital. It caught me by surprise as it hadn't so much as occurred to me. Before I could reply, Rimi inexplicitly said, "I want to come too," but I was compelled to go along with the flow and come to the hospital with them. For the record, I'm definitely not a cold person. It's just that I'd thought it wasn't the time or place for me to act considerate of others, not with Shogun menacing me. I don't want to die. After going in through the front entrance and reaching the lobby, Misumi looked around as if he were at a total loss.
どうしたの？
いや、岸本の病室ってどこなんだろうなって思ってよ。
Did he come all the way to here without knowing? If so, it'd be too exasperating for words.
ここは外来棟だよ。病棟は隣。
そうなのか。
Whoopsie doops.
大臣、しっかりしてよ。
Tokyo's 8H General Hospital. It was the hospital I had attended in the past, and I'd been back shortly before this. As a result, I was fairly familiar with what could be found where. Unable to help remembering Dr. Takashina, I uttered a silent groan. Mizumi-kun turned back toward me as he started walking toward the hospital building.
で、病棟の何号室だと思う？
そんなのわかんないよ。
This was a general hospital, so it had a lot of different departments. If I were to think about it...
多分外科じゃないかな。でももしかすると精神科かも。
Isa had appeared to have taken on many external injuries when she fell, and because planning to do suicide by jumping off must have meant she'd been driven to the brink, psychologically it would make plenty of sense for her to be in the psych ward. For some reason, even I had been brought to a room in the psychiatric department after the commotion at O Front.
タクって物知りだな。
常識でしょ、常識。ね、タク。
I don't think it's quite common sense. I wouldn't have known either without the experience of having gone back and forth from this hospital countless times. Rimi halted as we were about to enter the hospital building.
あたし、お手洗い行ってくる。先に行ってて。
She said, then waved a hand at us and rushed on back toward the outpatient clinic. Mr. McKinnon and I thought it would be a bother to the other patients if we walked all around the hospital interior. So we ended up asking at the nurse's station. As predicted, she told us her room was on the floor for psychiatric patients. Whee! Trigger time! Let's put a save point here. Let's go for it first then. It was an individual room about 19 square meters large. When we entered, there was a bathroom included on the right-hand side and a bed at the very back. The light of the setting sun shone through the window beyond it. The crucial ingredient, Ayase herself, wasn't on the bed. Judging by how the sheets were mussed, she must have been there recently. But
どこ行ったんだ？
for me, the chat kind of works. The chat widget has the background color bug, but that's acceptable. Where'd she go?
さあ、
Oh, I see. Oh. Give me a sec. It kind of works for me in the video. Just the background color is a bit messed up. The window was open. White curtains fluttered in the wind. I idly approached the window. It's not that I meant to look at anything, nor had I thought of closing the window. It truly was something I'd done for no particular reason. I stood by the windowsill, and when I made as if to look up at the sky, a shadow flitted across. Something fell silently from straight above. For a second, my eyes met hers. What? The shadow soon vanished. The sound of a violent impact reverberated from directly below. Did she just jump again? I sank down in place. My body had started shaking. I realized what it was that had just fallen. Kishimoto Ayase. She'd plummeted from above and crashed. If I looked down from the window, she would surely be there, covered in blood, fallen, her brain fluid spraying across the ground. My eyes had met hers the second before she died. I was the last person she'd seen in her life. The last one to see Ayase alive was me. Like a moan, a scream surged from my mouth. Unobstructed, I cradled my head. Give me a sec, I just have to close the window. Whee!
見ろよ、タク。変な本があるぞ。
Mr. Mikan called to me, startling me. I was standing in the corner of the hospital room, not by the window. Okay, that was a short delusion. I ran to the window, frantic, and looked down, but Ayase wasn't lying there. Ah, a delusion. Finding myself close to crumpling weakly in place, I barely managed to keep myself up by clutching the windowsill. Taking a volume from the shelf in hand, and was looking at it intently.
ヌーだぜ、ヌー。
New Linux.
この雑誌、まだ続いてたんだな。
New is a special publication that focused on general information about anything occult related, like UFOs, aliens, psychics, religion, urban legends, and strange phenomena, advanced ancient cultures like Atlantis and O parts. Or 0 parts. Whatever. Let's save this here. And reload. And let's go for the green delusion. When we entered, there was a bathroom included. Yeah, the crucial ingredient as itself wasn't there. Here we go.
どこ行ったんだ？
さあ。
戻ってくるまで待つか。
For some reason, Mr. McCann started searching the room once he'd spoken. It looked like he didn't have a scrap of delicacy in him. He wouldn't be overstating things to call this IS's bedroom. She'd left lots of personal items and clothing lying around, and the uniquely pleasant scent of a girl's room floated in the air, mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Going in her room without permission while she was out discomforted me, making me feel like we were peeking in on her private affairs.
そういうの良くないよ。外で、待ってた方が。
ちょっと見るだけだって。お前も知りたいと思わねえのか？ S の私生活ってやつをよ。
That's not nice, Mizumi-kun. Stop that.
興味あるだろ？
Indeed, IS's private affairs were enveloped in a mystery. This might be a good chance to take a look. Mizumi-kun didn't seem to feel the least bit of hesitation. I had second thoughts when I saw his unapologetic demeanor. Turned back toward the door to the room once, making sure no one was coming. And heart pounding, the first thing I checked out was the bed, slightly rumpled sheets. Not quite understanding what I myself expected, I softly flipped them back and doubted my eyes. Of course. I was literally waiting for lingerie to just appear somewhere. That was predictable. Full set of lingerie, top and bottom. What appeared to be purple panties were bundled up in a casual wall, and I could only assume she'd taken them off and tossed them there. They weren't unused, she'd worn them. This was an individual room. I couldn't imagine what anyone other than Ayase had... that anyone other than Ayase had put them on. So odd. I took a hasty glance over at Mizumi-kun, but he was reading a magazine he'd taken in hand, and he hadn't noticed the shocking sight atop the bed. I went back to the lingerie. I gulped. My throat was parched. I all but unconsciously stretched trembling fingers toward that lingerie. Aware that my heartbeat was quickening, I furtively touched her panties. For some reason there was a strange, soft sensuality to them. This is kind of weird.
それは私のお稲荷さんだ。
What? Those are my family jewels? What?
見ろよタク、変な本があるぞ。
The badges hadn't been turned back on the letter. I didn't see any sexy lingerie there. A delusion. I had a sense that the final development had been unbelievably disgusting, but I decided I'd better be off not remembering. He'd taken the volume from the shelf in hand and was looking at it intently.
ヌーだぜ、ヌー。この雑誌、まだ。
So we're back at the new. Let's go back and choose nothing.
Where 行ったんだ？
a new is either some kind of animal or a foundation that cares about free software, like open source software. Choose your favorite.
さあ。
The window was open. White curtains fluttered in wind. Where did she go? It had bothered me oddly since I first entered this hospital room. I seemed to be on the verge of having a negative delusion, but like one about Isa jumping from that window. This thing just had spoiled the negative delusion. If I looked down, maybe Isa would be lying there, covered in blood, her brain fluid sprayed everywhere. I couldn't stop myself from checking. As though possessed, I went forward step by step on trembling legs. I stood by the window of the sunset sky, a refreshing autumn day. Ultimately, what was down there? A hellish tableau. I caught my breath, I quietly stuck my head out the window and peered down. Peeked down. No abnormalities. I didn't see IS's dead body anywhere. Apparently, I'd been overthinking it, relieved I was about to pull my head back in when I noticed it. The window on the floor below, the single-hand towel, was rippling in the wind. I thought it was merely a white towel, but something resembling letters were written all over it in the dark blue. In dark blue. Because it was waving, I had a hard time reading what it said. It wasn't that I was interested. The letters on a towel like that shouldn't have mattered to me either. But part of me was desperately trying to read it. When I looked harder, the words written there were... I was speechless. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Immediately after, someone yanked the towel back inside. As if they knew I'd seen that towel just now. No, it couldn't be. It wasn't possible for someone I knew to happen to be staying in the hospital room directly below. Even if someone other than a hospitalized patient were lying in wait for me. It should have been impossible for them to predict I would look out at what lay below this room. There weren't any surveillance cameras in the room either. A mere coincidence. It had to be. But what if it weren't a coincidence? Terrified, I turned back toward the entrance of the room. No one was there. The door remained closed. I soon left the window, incredibly creeped out. But don't think about it. Don't let yourself think about it. It was a coincidence. Only a coincidence, I told myself.
見ろよ、タク。変な本があるぞ。
So the neutral route was actually the most productive, I'd say. If we go talking about the new book.
ヌーだぜ。ヌー。この雑誌、まだ続いてたんだな。
New was a specialty publication that focused on general information about anything occult related, like UFOs, aliens, psychics, religion, urban legends, strange phenomena, advanced ancient culture like Atlantis and Oparts. It made a lot of sense that Ayasu, who only ever talked about weird stuff, would read this magazine.
こっちの文庫本は、何グラジオールサーガ？ファンタジー小説っぽいな。
I didn't know about that novel, but I remembered hearing the word gladiole. Where had I heard it again? I thought it'd been rather recently, but...
岸本と付き合うとなると、この趣味に合わせないといけねえのか。大変そうだぜ、これは。
Yeah, dude, you're not gonna be a match for ISA at anytime soon. Had he still not given up on dating Kishimoto yet, even though she'd rejected him with an instant KO before?
Huh?
I abruptly noticed that Ayasa's D-sword was propped up by the window. Its form resembled a battleship in a sci-fi movie. No matter when I looked at it, it was a badass sword furnished with both beauty and cruelty. It was simply sitting there, but it gave off the same amazing sense of presence as ever. Mr. McCunn didn't appear to have noticed the sword. Ordinary people couldn't see it after all. If I took it away without saying anything to Ayase, would it become my sword? If it meant I could get my hands on a D-sword without any effort, this wasn't the time to care about appearances. Desire rose within me. I gulped and timidly reached my hand toward the sword. I gripped its handle. I had meant to grip the handle, but my hand passed through it. All my fingers closed around was air. I tried again, but the result was the same. I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't even touch it. What did that mean? Did that mean this sword wasn't real booted now? Because it hadn't achieved local sharded recognition, it remained as nothing more as a delusion of ISS? An illusion, a dream, an after image. So it hasn't materialized in a sense. Mr. McCann put on a puzzled face when he saw me. 10 minutes passed, but ISS still showed no signs of returning. Nor did Dreamy, who was supposed to have gone to the bathroom, show up. I wondered where she'd gone.
リミって、この病室の場所知ってたか？
あ、
We'd asked about the location of the hospital room at the nurse's station after parting with Remy. Maybe she was wandering about around somewhere, unsure of where to go.
あいつバカだからな。俺たちみたいに誰かに聞こうって発想がないのかもしんねえぞ。
探しに。
It'd be insecure if Remy weren't with me. I couldn't state for sure that even this hospital was safe. Using VLC to watch that? Okay. If Shogun were peeping on my thoughts, he must know about my being here. I didn't know the VLC supports Twitch, per se.
そうだな。待つのも飽きたし、タクもあいつがいないと寂しいだろうからな。なあ、ぶっちゃけ、リミとはどうなんだ？
え？
付き合ってんのかって聞いてんだよ。お前ら、最近結構いい感じじゃね？
いい感じじゃね？
付き合ってないよ。
My face went hot as I spoke. Me and Remy going out, huh? I'd certainly envisioned it countless times. I hadn't had any interest in the third dimension, but Remy's existence was starting to occupy more and more space inside me. But when Remy said, I'll be there for you, she also said,
そんなの友達だからに決まってるでしょ。
Friend zone. In other words, she only saw me as a friend. Of course, she wouldn't think of becoming involved in a romantic relationship with an autokill creep like me. Anyway, Rimi was dense when it came to that sort of thing. Mr. McCunn and I split up to look for Rimi and Ayase. Miss McCunn had gone down the stairs, so I decided to search on the upper floors.
Amisha! Amisha!
Ami-chan! In the hallway, I passed an aging inpatient who looked to be in his 50s. As he tottered along, he never stopped calling a person named Ami-chan. Ignoring him, I continued toward the far end of the corridor. I didn't have that much resistance to the idea of walking out around the hospital. It must have been because I'd often come here in the past, except my heart pounded at the thought that Shogun might appear around the corners in the hallway around the corners in the hallway or from inside hospital bedrooms with flung open doors. Besides, the strange scream-like cries I heard once in a while from somewhere or other were bad for my heart. The corridor was completely cream-colored. Some of the hospital rooms had their doors open and some didn't. I peeked into many of them to make sure Shogun wasn't there. 2 beds were lined up in all the rooms, with human shapes puffed up under the sheets. Patients were probably sleeping there, except their faces were in my blind spot and I couldn't see them. Few people were walking down the hallway. The aging man who'd called Ami-chan and the single nurse. At present, those two were the only ones I'd passed. For some reason, I felt like I didn't really want to be here. The atmosphere was weighty. It wasn't unpleasant, but I got the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here. As I went further, the hall turned as if it were breaking to the right. While I attentively looked around the corner, I wondered if hospital rooms continued beyond there. Completely without warning, there was a wall in front of me. Moreover, as if the cream color throughout the rest of the hallway had been a lie, only the area at the end of the turn was coated in black paint. The army thing could also qualify as a Saya reference. Okay. Saya no Uta, that's also a Nitro Plus visual novel. For some reason, my pulse quickened. I became incapable of moving a single step away. My vision shook dizzily. I thought it was vertigo and closed my eyes, but when I rubbed the top of my eyelids with my fingers, my eyeballs were twitching. Icy chills came crawling up from my feet. Forgetting to breathe, I stood in place. I looked at the black before me. It seemed as if it would suck me in. It seemed as if it would swallow me. Everywhere, deep black. Even though nothing should have been there, someone was watching me from somewhere. Someone. God's gaze penetrated the back of my neck. Its presence was beyond comparison when I was in my base. Don't look. Using all the emotional strength left to me, I closed my eyes. That instant, I became able to breathe and wheezed as I retreated. As I continued, I lowered my face and I went back down the hallway as though fleeing. Panting, I hurried back to the floor with Isa's hospital room. When I touched the nape of my neck, sticky sweat had started oozing out. Not just my neck, but my whole body was sweaty. What the hell was it? Shogun looking in my thoughts? God's gaze wouldn't go away. The difficulty I had breathing and my chills wouldn't lessen. My mood withered all at once. I just wanted to go home. I wanted to have Remy accompany me, and I wanted to shut myself up in my base. For starters, far from being pleased, Ayase would get aggravated if the likes of me visited her in hospital. It was so idiotic for me to tag along for Misumikun's visit, given his blatant ulterior motives. Then I'll go home, before Shogun and Yua appear. They came and went without warning. They pinned down my location with ease. I had to stay braced no matter where I went. I swayed along, aiming for Ayasa's hospital room, holding a hand up to the wall as I went, praying that I would be able to join up with Remy. I slowly creeped along.
山井さんがまたアミーちゃんっていう名前を呼んでたんですよ。
I heard a nurse talking from my head. When I looked up, two nurses were walking this way. One was still young, while the other was a plump, middle-aged lady.
一体誰のことを探してるのか。
それ、この病院に伝わる怪談よ。
It's a famous ghost story in this hospital.
誰も知らない幻の病室があって、そこにアミーちゃんが入院してるらしいわ。もう何年も前からある噂。
I faced down and waited for the two of them to pass me by. I held my breath to keep them from noticing my wild panting. I could tell they were looking at me with unconcealed suspicion, but for now all I could do was ignore them. After passing the two nurses and walking even more desperately, I reached the nurses' station. I should have reached Ayasa's hospital room before this, but apparently I'd overshot it. I clicked my tongue and wiped sweat off my forehead. I sensed someone watching me again. The depths of my chest throbbed painfully. My ears were ringing too. I felt incredibly sick. My body was in the worst possible condition. Though it hadn't been like this when I arrived here, what was happening to me? It was amazingly agonizing, and I couldn't put up with it any longer. And I went to seek help from the nurses in the nurses' station. But only one was there. She stood with her back to me, seeming not to realize I was there, and muttered something as she immersed herself in her work. She had a clipboard in hand. Something was written on the paper stuck in it. Is this entire hospital going crazy, going nuts right now? I'd met her a number of times before. Nurse Hazuki-san. Of course, this was AH General Hospital's psychiatric department. It was natural for her to be there, to be here. I myself had been under her care twice in only the past month. That was convenient. If I addressed her, she'd soon come attend to me. Right then a sound rang out, the kind of call that would give anyone an abrupt sense of strain. Startled, Hazuki-san set her clipboard down and manipulated something on the switchboard by her hands. The sound of the call soon cut off. It must have been some patient summoning, and since she hurriedly flew out of the nurse's station. Why hadn't she taken any notice of me, even though I'd been in terrible pain close behind her? I couldn't stay standing. I was horribly dizzy. Helpless, I entered the nurse's station to await her return. Finding a stool where Hazuki-san had previously been standing, I sat down on it. My head ached similar to during an earthquake last week. But I thought the nature of the pain back then had differed. I wanted to drink something, perhaps because I'd been panting repeatedly. Breathing alone was enough to make my throat hurt. I looked around idly. The clipboard Hazuki-san had been carrying, the drawing on it, entered my field of sight. What? As she helped examine me, Hazuki-san was always writing something down on this clipboard, a gentle smile on her face. I thought it'd be a temperature measurement. It'd be temperature measurements or the names of medicines for the prescriptions. Which was why I couldn't comprehend why it was drawn there. A doodle of the sticking incident. Somewhere before, I'd seen this crappy doodle. Where? Where had I seen it? My head hurt. A stabbing pain. A tingling sensation at the back of my head. Don't look at me. I took the clipboard in hand. Several papers that looked like patients' records were held in there. I flipped the first page. The exact same crappy drawing was on the second page. I turned. Still more pages. Same on the third page. Same on the fourth, fifth, and sixth. All of them were scribbles repeating the same drawing. This drawing was... the staking. I don't see where that's implied, though. And on the 7th page was... the rooftop of an aged building in Shenzhen. The container housing where Nishijo Takumi dwelt was now steeped in silence. It was the second time Aoi-sena had visited this place. The first time had been several days ago, after happening to come across Takumi with Kozue in the shopping district. She had covertly tailed him. And so she had pinpointed this location. The other thing it's directly telling us that this person is either controlled by Shogun and therefore knows of the incidents and can draw them, or she has somehow witnessed this incident, or maybe she has, you know, there are you could pull a lot of theories out of this. Maybe she is the murderer. Maybe she was the weapon. You could say the slave that was used to conduct the murder. The drawing is like the proof that she has certain information that we know that only a certain set of people already have. For example, we know Grimm has the staking pictures, but we also know who else, which other people have the information. It's kind of like, I can see she must have been informed somehow about the staking. I don't know, was the picture on the internet? Maybe it was on 8chan and maybe she remembered it this way. It's also a theory. Because if a picture's on the internet, it may find its way into 8chan quickly. I'm just throwing theories around since I don't know. So, yeah. She could be the murderer. She could be an 8channel user that has access to the information. She could be a witness to the murder. She could be... Oh, yeah. The first time had been several days ago. After happening to come across Takumi with Kozue in the shopping district, she had covertly tailed him, and so she had pinpointed this location.
セナさん、やめた方がいいと思うのら。泥棒さんはね、コズピ嫌いなの。にゃー。
So we're in this scene without Takumi being there, and just Kozupi and Sena are raiding
それなら
this thing.
どうしてついてきた？
She said coldly and perfunctorily, without turning around to look at the slump-shouldered and dismal-faced Kozue. Sena had come here with the intention of stealing into Takumi's room. Nishijou Takumi wasn't normal. Sena had reached that conclusion after speaking with him several times. There was a clear dividing line between him and ordinary Gigalomaniacs like her and Kozue. He was either the possessor of terrifically unusual delusionary abilities, or else receiving some sort of artificial support. I do have an idea what this artificial support could be, because I've accidentally stumbled upon some spoiler material. It's just, you know, theories just that I derive from. Sorry, just forget it. Just forget what I say. Either way, the ambiguity of the existence known as Takumi nagged at Sena insistently. She was searching for a man called Hatano. It was possible that Nishijou Takumi was connected to him in some way. Hi, Davixa. There was no positive proof, but if he were even a little suspicious, he would confirm the truth with her own eyes and crush away each possibility one by one. By doing so, Sena believed she would reach her target without fail. The door was padlocked. Sena allowed a small snort and slung down her already rebooted D-sword. The padlock smashed to bits instantaneously. Senna had confirmed that Takumi had left school and headed toward the station with 2 friends. Besides, she wouldn't care if even if Takumi caught her. If that was what it took to achieve her aim, Senna thought nothing of being hated or having people report her to the police. Flinging the door open, they walked into the inside the room. Senna grimaced and groaned at the disastrous state of the room's interior, much like a garbage heap.
汚いね。
なんで楽しそうなんだ、小杖。
靴は脱いだ方がいいのかな？
Sighing, Senna continued into the room without removing hers.
お人形さんいっぱいなのら。たくみさんって変態さんだったんだ。すごいな。
Leaving Koza alone as she acted oddly admiring, Senna stood before the PC. She turned on the power without a moment's hesitation and ran her eyes across the items on top of the desk as she waited for it to start up. I'm sure Takumi has a password on that PC. Kozue, yeah, please. Shut up. Furrowing her eyebrows, she picked up an essay he had left there. Oh, that essay is coming back. Kozue, peeking at the essay from behind Senna, bounced in place in her overexcitement.
やっぱり、たくみちゃんがその目誰の目の人だったのら。
その目、誰の目？
コズピーはパンパカパーンだったぽーん。
In stark contrast to Kozue, Senna disinterestedly skimmed the essay and casually looked at the other side of the paper. Oh, skipping to the nice stuff. A split second later, her eyes went wide with shock.
これ、
That which was drawn there, it was.
モンピー、人がいっぱいだね。これロボットさん？
I still can't quite identify what this motive is supposed to be. It just looks like some weird, you could say, robot son. It looks like some kind of weird... What was that institution called again? Illuminati stuff. Like the Illuminati eye. The essay has been read already. Like an hour ago. So... yeah, we know the content.
IR にだって。
Oh yeah, the Sonomedare no Me monster. The sound of teeth grinding leaked from Senna's mouth. The time machine. It will be in the VOD when I stop the stream, so we had the thing today. The essay. Her expression was harsher than usual, and the hand with which she held the essay was trembling immediately with rage.
そうか、西条が IR2 を生み出した張本人か。
Senalara's slow, suppressed voice, and she crumpled the essay in her fist. I think all those Einsteins get Reddit would return a lot of results. That search. The inside of my head clouded with fog, interrupting my thoughts. I left the nurse's station and wandered the hospital interior. I attempted not to shrink about what I'd just seen. Before I knew it, I was on a stairway landing, and Mizumi-kun was standing in front of the window there, looking outside.
どうしたタク？汗びっしょりじゃねえか。顔色も悪いし。
You could reread it in Noah.
あ、顔色悪いのはいつもか。もしかして走って探してたのか？そりゃバテもするぜ。無茶するね、お前って。
Wiping my sweat with my hand, I made a frenetic effort to appear calm.
リミと岸本、見つけたぜ。
Ooh, he found them. So he said, but I didn't see them anywhere around here. As I looked, he inexplicably pointed outside the window.
あそこだ。
Once I collected my breath, I walked up to the window. I could see the neighboring outpatient clinic from here. The outpatient clinic and the hospital itself were in different buildings, although there appeared to be passageways connecting them. They'd been constructed to stand slightly apart from each other. The hospital wing had more floors, and from this stairway landing, we could just barely look down at the roof of the outpatient wing. It was arranged like a garden with red flowers blooming in thick plantings. It must have been a restful place for patients. Rimi in a pajama clad. Not a sky clad ISA, just a pajama clad ISA. Stood facing each other in the very center of the garden. It seemed as if they were talking about something. The two of them weren't supposed to have been acquainted.
なんか、妙にシリアスに見えねえか。
Well, they're probably... Yeah. Almost as if they were glaring at one another. As we know from the intro, Rimi also has a D sword, so Rimi must be a gigalomaniac, as well as Ayase. Therefore, they should know each other, which is not a surprise. Which would not be a surprise. Almost if they were glaring at one another. Ayase took one step closer to Rimi and abruptly slapped her across the face. Even looking from here, we could pick up on the fact that it was a blow into which she'd put all her strength. If you want to exchange links, please do that in the Discord. Ayase was leaving Remy. Since she was walking toward the passageway between the buildings, maybe she meant to go back to her hospital room. Gigalomaniacs don't necessarily know each other, okay. They're not like a gang.
今、ビンタした。よな。
I nodded jerkily. Remy, left alone there, stood in place without moving.
あの二人ってトラブル抱えてんのか？
I hadn't heard about anything of the sort. I immediately concurred with Mizumi-kun's proposal that we pretend we hadn't seen anything. Deciding to leave Remy be, we returned to Ayase's hospital room. The previous poorness of my physical condition had mostly improved. The presence of God's gaze, too, had vanished. That sickly feeling of mine began to seem like it hadn't been true. Mizumi-kun, walking ahead of me, let out a small sound. When I looked up in reaction to him, Ayase was in the middle of walking straight toward us. She'd hunched over a little and her line of sight was lowered. Her footsteps were feeble and her countenance looked pale. Countenance, yes. She wore a bleak expression. Ayase ended up bumping heads with us right in front of her room.
Yo, Kishimoto-san.
Ayase lifted her face with a grasp at Mizumi-kun's greeting with his breezes. Turned on full blast. Then looked at me and smiled in a way that made it also seem as if she were about to weep. Why was she smiling now? Because she heard about the disturbance at Ophron and knew of how I'd shamed myself? Or because she had simply taken a liking to me? The former would be devastatingly depressing.
俺たち、君のお見舞いに来たんだよね。つうか、岸本さん、パジャマ姿も可愛いじゃん。
He'd already activated his verbal playboy skills. What a fast reaction.
入って。
Ayase, on the other hand, didn't coldly blow him off the way she had before, but instead opened the door to her room and invited us in. She seemed no different after having slapped Remy in the face on the roof. Was she doing a good job of hiding it, or was it purely that she dumped the thing with Remy off her back? In the short period between then and now, as usual, I couldn't read what she was thinking.
やっぱ見舞いに来たのは正解だったぜ。今日は好感触だ。
Stop flirting with Ayase. You have no chance, dude. Mizumi-kun, you have no chance. Mizumi-kun struck a small victory pulse out of Ayase's side. Breathing violently through his nose, he charged into the hospital room. I reluctantly trailed after. Truthfully, I wanted to hurry up and go home with Remy, but then again, I wasn't brave enough to call out to Remy now. I didn't know why it had happened, but she must be feeling down after having someone else strike her out at her so hard, and I didn't have the words to encourage her. I love how there's just Rot 13 encoded text here. Ayase sat down on the bed. Mizumi-kun, more nonchalant than ever, took a seat beside her. What audacious behavior. I unthinkingly reeled back at Misumikun's aggressive posture. Isaac cast a glance at him, then fixed a line of sight on me. When she looked at me straight on, I became unsure of what kind of face to make in response. In the end, I hung my head.
怪我どう？もうだいぶ良くなってるみたいだけど、なんか必要なものあるなら遠慮なく言ってよ。俺がすぐ買ってきてやるぜ。
He focused intently on Ayase's hand. It seemed like he was scheming to hold her lithe and slender hand. I'm getting tired of you, Misumi-kun. Would it be okay for me to leave, I wonder?
あ、小説とか読む？俺さ、グラジオールサーガってのが好きなんだけど、岸本さん知ってる？
Those tricks, Misumi-kun, they're just...
匠。
Without answering Misumi-kun's inquiry, Ayase called my name.
君は、グラジオールの7騎士の一人よ。
あ？え？
She'd gone cold on me all of a sudden. I guess even the ruckus after her failed suicide attempt wasn't enough for her to change her fundamental nature.
やっぱり、導きだったんだわ。君と私が出会ったのは。
Now that's what I'm talking about. Quite simply, Ayase spoke about a setting that I could only think of as being some middle school student's rebellious fantasy.
君の邪心は、とても強大。
The wickedness.
だからこそ、言うことなしなのよ。黒騎士としての素質は。君が今経験している苦しみは、すべて神罰。それを乗り越えたときに、理想度は召喚されるわ。君の手に、必ず。そして、現れるのよ。邪神の黒き大蛇。あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神王の身を砕くことのできる。現実なの。グラジオールも、理想度も。
Give me a sec.
かまいたちが、その証よ。実在しない現象は、後世に言葉として残ることはないわ。
Give me a sec. I just need to... This is just for... It's just to clear spoilers out of the chat, so... Just saying. Non-existent phenomena didn't remain as words in posterity.
知っている？語源を。
Please keep spoilers encoded in ROT 13, else I'll have to purge you, like purge your messages. And like ROT 13 encoded spoilers are okay. I see. Well. Oops. I already have a mod, but he's not available today, so.
かまえたち。それは理想度を意味しているの。信じて、匠。グラジオールを倒すのよ。一緒に。
Gladio. I remember now. Red Delusion. I'd seen it when I first looked up these swords. It had said that this sword was a sword that originally appeared in Pseudepigrapha. That's a hard thing to pronounce. It's basically fake Bible. Pseudepigrapha and other forms of literature discussing the legend of Gladiol. Mr. McGinn quietly stood up and walked over in my direction. As he brushed by me, he put a hand on my shoulder and...
俺もうついていけねえや。あとは任せた。
He sighed, sounding like he was through with it all, and he made it as if to leave the hospital room.
待って。
Which was when Ayase addressed him at last, but for some reason she had on a severe expression.
逃がさないわよ。
あ？なになに？俺の相手してくれんの？
ええ、そうね。あなたが邪神王の使いだということは分かっている。
Was without a new aspect of the same setting? Mrs. Milcon seemed immensely bothered by having her unilaterally append that kind of description to him. This was the common sense reaction. It wouldn't have been entertaining even as a joke. Yet Ayase was serious.
匠。
As she called my name, Ayase tossed over a fruit knife that must have been concealed under her sheets. Started and panicking, I caught it. Thank God. Thank goodness the blade had a cover on it, or otherwise I'd been in danger of getting my hand out. Cut.
そいつを殺すのよ。
Oh, Misumi-kun. Him? This dude? As I'd been looking at Misumi-kun when she said it. What was on with this crazy development? Discombobulated. Knife in hand, I went into a dither.
おいおい。殺せときたか。いくらなんでも、それはひどくね？まあ、岸本に嫌われてんのは分かってたけどよ。まさか面と向かって、そんなこと言われるとは思わなかったぜ。それで、なんだっけ？グラビトーン？邪神？何のことだか、俺にはさっぱりわかんねえんだけどな。たく、とりあえずナイフを置けよ。岸本の妄想に付き合うな。
妄想じゃないわ。匠、そいつの言葉を信じないで。
Expression strained, Mr. McGinn took a step back from Ayase.
お前、異常だぜ。
匠、早く殺すのよ。でないとグラジオールに君の存在が筒抜けになってしまうわ。
I took the knife in my hand and quietly set it back down atop Ayase's knees.
匠。
君の言ってることはめちゃくちゃだよ。
She looked up at me with sorrowful eyes. I can't kill Misumikan just because you're looking at me like that, you know? It had nothing to do with Gladiol or whatever. If I murdered someone, I'd be a criminal. No thanks. That was all it boiled down to.
さすが親友。お前なら俺を選ぶって信じてたぜ、タク。
Misumikan patted me on the shoulder, and he casually, ever so casually, grabbed the knife resting on Ayase's lap.
じゃあな、電波女。
With flowing movements, he took the cover off the blade and made it flash. Blood spurted furiously from Ayase's neck. It was terribly hot as it sprayed my face. Ayase's eyes, wide with shock, were watching me. Her blood slowly fell back upon the bed. The sheets, once pure white, began to soak themselves scarlet.
やっちまったな、タク。今のが最後のチャンスだったんだぜ。ラジオの復活を阻止するための。な、正しかったのは岸本の方だったってわけだ。
As he spoke, he straddled Ayase where she lay, and he dug her eyeballs out without the slightest appearance of hesitation. Even then, her body didn't so much as twitch. Misumikan, turning back to look at me, smiled viciously and murmured,
その目誰の目?
When I came back to myself, Ayase, who should have been drenched in blood, was sitting uninjured on the bed. Misumikan was nowhere to be found. A delusion? I let out a deep, deep breath. I'd had a pretty awful vision. Experiencing some guilt over it, I internally apologized to Ayase. Otherwise, she went on talking about her crazy fantasies without noticing how I felt.
すべてはお告げよ。すでに渋谷に集っているはずなの。
Let's go back. And choose green. As he brushed by me, he put a hand on my shoulder.
俺、外に出てるわ。タク、押し倒しちまえよ。俺の読みじゃ、岸本はお前に脈ありだぜ。
え?
Upon grinning mischievously, he really did leave. Afterwards, of course, I was left behind with Ayase alone. Silence. Though she'd single-handedly gone on and on about her odd beliefs before, Ayase looked down, rolling and unrolling the hem of her pajamas over and over. Would it be bad if I didn't say anything? But I hadn't understood a word of what she'd said to me. No, I was paying her a visit in the hospital, so all I probably needed to do was to say something considerate about how she was doing and leave it at that. But considering how she was being hospitalized in the psych ward, it didn't seem like I could casually ask about her condition or anything. Ooh, what should I do? At this rate, I would have been better off leaving with Misumikan.
匠。
She gave me a start when she called my name. Ayase raised her face and extended both her hands toward me.
来て。
You know, when that melody kicks in, erotic stuff is gonna happen. Or normal stuff is happening. Or romantic stuff is happening.
こっちに来て。
I didn't know what she'd do to me if I refused, but I took a single, confused step toward the bed.
もっと。
At her urging, I took another step. Her hands touched mine, seizing them. She pulled me closer still. She lowered her face again. She stared steadily at my hands.
君は私を救ってくれた。命の恩人よ。
That wasn't true. I'd only happened to save Ayasa's life. For starters, I wasn't completely sure whether I had really been the one who gave rise to that flower bed.
ありがとう。
Ayasa's voice broke. Could she be crying? Warm sensation at the tip of my finger. When I looked down, wondering what it was, I guess I had, for some reason, taken my pointer finger in her mouth.
ちょっ
Okay. Something soft and hot touched the end of my finger. It screamed as though to envelop my finger and press between my nails and my flesh. Why? just why? How the hell had things ended up like this? Despite my bewilderment, I was unable to defy the pleasure of it, and I let Ayasa do as she pleased with me. She was only licking my finger, so why did it feel so?
ダメ。
All of a sudden, the pleasure changed to a jolt of pain. Ayasa bit down hard on my finger.
いってただだだ、やめちょっ
I thought she'd chew me right down to the bone. It hurt that badly. Once I frantically shook my head, my finger finally slid out of Ayasa's mouth. Terrified by her bewitching smile, I examined the bite wound on my finger glistening with Ayasa's saliva. There were tooth marks on it, and blood oozed out. The blood wasn't red. It was horribly black.
その血の色が黒騎士の証よ。
By having such delusions, I somehow managed to get through Ayasa's incomprehensible story. I hadn't listened to a word of it, but she didn't notice, and she went on and on as always, earnestly talking about Gladiol and wicked hearts and who knew what else.
すべてはお告げよ。
Everything is a divine message. We know that.
すでに渋谷
So, back to the save point, loading the trigger and choosing nothing. As he brushed by me, he put a shoulder over on my hand and...
俺もうついていけねえや。あとは任せた。
So it's probably going to be somewhat similar to the Green Delusion, but I think we're getting details of the Gladiol story here. That's my guess. Sighing as if he were through with all of this, he left the hospital room. It kind of it's kind of a problem for me if you leave me behind like this. Ayase, on the other hand, displayed zero interest in his departure. Her attitude practically made it seem like she was saying he hadn't been there from the start. It was always like that. Always aloof. It gave me the sense that the things she looked at differed from what ordinary people saw.
君が生み出したんでしょ。あの時の。それで悟ったの。君はすでに目覚めている。と。
僕はギガロマニアックスじゃないよ。
ギガロ、何？
ギガロマニアックスでしょ。青いセナから聞いた。
青いセナ。そう。彼女ね。一度だけ会ったことがあるわ。
You mean the flower bed or the thing that's about to come?
グラジオールの黒騎士よ。彼女も。
The Black Knights of Gladiolus and Gigalomaniacs. Did they mean the same thing?
とにかく僕は違うんだ。リソードだって結局手に入れられなかった。
Why the heck did Automod ban the term Gigalomaniac? The Automod. Why? It's on the allowed list by now, obviously, but Automod is going crazy.
神罰を乗り越えて。そうすれば、剣は召喚される。
神罰？
苦しみ。心的負荷の爆発。心の扉の向こう側。あるいは、精神的拷問。言い方はいろいろ。
僕、これまでにもたくさん苦しんできたよ。
I've suffered a lot up until now. And my suffering continued even now. I was a laughingstock throughout Japan. The police mistook me for a murderer. Shogun and Yua kept menacing me. And then there was Nanami.
私は精神病院にいたわ。子供の頃の話。
うん。
I knew. I'd seen it online, but why had she brought it up? Out of the blue.
そこには5年弱いた。私の心はとても弱くて。だから攻撃した。周囲にあるものすべてを。同時に、自分のことも。
Asa talked quietly, mumbling. I couldn't see any of the vigor she had displayed at her concert in the current Ayase, who wore pastel pajamas and softly ran her fingers along the wrinkles in the sheets atop her bed. Had the Ayase back then, had Fez ultimately been real?
私はよく窓ガラスを割っていたの。問題児ね。
A faint smile graced Ayase's lips.
割れたガラスの破片。そこに、いつもぼんやりと見えていた。
何が？
剣が。でも、何年も、それが何なのかわからなかった。ようやくそれがディソードだと知ったのは、施設に入って4年ほど経った頃。それまで私は好き放題やっていたけど、ある日、施設の職員が一斉に入れ替わって、私は何ヶ月もいろいろな拷問をされて、心が壊れてしまう間際に、大いなる意志の声が聞こえて、やっと召喚できたのよ。
拷問って。
それが神罰だった。邪神を打ち破る力を手に入れるには、純粋なる邪神が必要。
In short, she wanted to tell me to suffer more, that if I didn't, I couldn't acquire a sword? If so, I didn't want any of it. I didn't want to be in anguish. I already lost hearts countless times. I wanted her to leave me alone. I held my hand and my head, driven by the urge to yell my lungs out.
すべてはお告げよ。すでに渋谷に集っているはずなの。あとは全員が覚醒するだけ。急がないグラジオールの手によって。
Just a safe point for good measure. Shoulders slumped in disappointment, Mr. McKern and I descended to the first floor of the hospital wing.
俺、もう岸本のことはどうでもよくなった。
Finally, he gave up on Kishimoto.
これまでの俺のポリシーはな、タク。可愛ければ何でも許してやるだった。けどそりゃ間違ってたよ。あんな強烈なテンパ、俺には受け止めらんねえよ。
Does anyone know how much of the chapter is still left? Anyone in the chat?
素直に梢ちゃんだけ狙うことにするぜ。
I thought that in itself was kind of questionable, since Miss McCann did have a proper girlfriend and all.
お前、マジですごいな。岸本のあの脳みそお花畑の話、よく30分近くも聞いてられるよ。俺尊敬したぜ。俺は3分も持たなかった。この俺がだぞ。
No, I don't. Half-heartedly letting his words flow by, I walked along, wary of our surroundings. Then I caught a sight of Remy standing dazedly in front of the outpatient lobby. A cool wind made her hair stir against the side of her face, which lacked its usual good cheer. She seemed to be brooding somehow as she gazed up at the dusky sky.
おーい、リミー。
Well, let them get out of the hospital, and then when they finish with the hospital, then I'm probably gonna call it a day. When Mr. McCann called to her, Remy looked away, and all at once her face started shining. She gave us a big wave.
やっと見つかった。
I was relieved when I saw her smile. I impulsively ran up to her. Well, I couldn't very well hold her close or anything next, so all I really did was run to her.
タク、感動の最 しい。
どこほっつき歩いてたんだ？
病室、どこかわからなくて、あちこちさまよっちゃった。ひどいよ。置いてくなんて。
Remy made a show of pretending to cry.
お前が先に行けって言ったんだろ。
そうだったね。で、岸本さんには会えた？
As I nodded, I could tell Misume-kun wore a blatant smirk beside me.
お前、岸本にビンタされてただろ。
Oh, did you have to bring that up?
さて、何のことでしょう？
Apparently, Remy wanted to hide the fact that Ayase had hit her. Even though I thought we were gonna avoid bringing it up, Misume-kun learned to read between the
楽
lines.
そうったって無駄だぜ。俺は一部始終を見てたんだ。某家政婦のようにな。
Misume-kun, could you just please stop being so invasive?
なんだ、バレてたのか。
Sighing uncomfortably, crestfallen, she looked tentatively up at my face from below.
もしかして、タクも見てたの？
そうだ。俺とタクで、決定的瞬間をバッチリ見てた。
Don't say it.
なんだ、それじゃあ、必死にごまかそうとしてたのが、バカみたいじゃない。
Then we'll go green.
屋上に行ったら、ちょうど岸本さんがいたから、つい気になってたことを質問しちゃったの。そしたら、機嫌損ねたみたい。
Something bothering her?
なんだよ。気になってたことって。
ね。
Delusion.
あなたはタクの何なのって。
What could that mean?
マジで？宣戦布告ってやつか。
まあ、そんなとこかな。
Remy squirmed shyly. She took little glances at me in my direction.
タクは渡さないからって言っちゃったし。そしたら見事に戦う。
すげえ。女の戦いだな。
Misume-kun mussed my hair.
おいタク、どうすんだよ。
So, what was actually happening? I didn't really understand everything at the moment. Or maybe it was only that my head had gone blank.
告られてんだぞ、お前。もう付き合っちまえよ。
Smiling, Misume-kun abruptly pushed me in the back. Caught by surprise, I toppled. Ahead of me was Remy. As a result, it ended up being much the same as if Remy were embracing me.
ごめん。
Aww. Do we have that soundtrack again? That romantic soundtrack? My heart pounded hard. Remy's body was ever so soft and warm.
タク、私。
Flustered, I tried to pull away, but Remy's hands circled around my back. She cautiously pulled me close. Her action startled me, sending electricity shooting all through me. Remy's affection for me was conveyed through our tight-pressed bodies. I wanted to accept it. I wanted to make Remy mine alone. Controlled by these feelings, I was about to wrap my arms around her supple form in the same way as she had done for me. Right then, I caught sight of a human figure over her shoulder. Human figure. Oh, this is gonna be wild. It was Ayase holding her D-sword. She wore an expression steeped in hatred when she looked at me. I couldn't pick up on it from over here, but she was muttering something under her breath. I went cold. What a setup for carnage. There would definitely be blood spilled here. The moment it occurred to me, I wanted to run away post-haste. What a nice build-up.
Oi, Taku! Nani bootto shiten da?
And then nothing happens. Miss Mikan was calling me. Next time Rimi waved a hand at me. I looked around, blinking. Rimi and I weren't hugging. I didn't spot Ayase either.
ドキドキした。
I have a hard time with carnage, emotional or otherwise. Yandere belong only in the second dimension. I definitely didn't want to become involved with one.
Taku! Ayaku koi itte!
I hastened to chase after the other two. As the three of us walked along side by side, we passed through the outpatient lobby. Let's go for green. Red, but now.
屋上に行ったらちょうど岸本さんがいたから、つい気になってたことを質問しちゃったの。そしたら、機嫌損ねたみたい。
Something bothering her.
なんだよ。気になってたことって。
ね。
Delusion start.
あなたは、もうずっとこの病院に入院してたんでしょって。
え？
どういう意味だそれ。
あのね、岸本さんは、退院なんてしてなかったの。
Suddenly a tad proud of herself, Rumi began revealing some shocking news about Ayase.
たまにしか学校に来なかったのも、この病院から無断で通ってたから。ライブだってそう。そして、ニュージェネ事件は、岸本さんが生み出した妄想を彼女自身の手で実行したものだったの。ファンタズムの歌詞の通りに事件を起こしたのよ。それによって注目を浴びるために。それが、私の推理したニュージェネ事件の真相。さっき思い切って岸本さん本人にぶつけてみたんだ。そしたら叩かれちゃった。
Remember, this is just a delusion. Anyone would get pissed if you treated him like a murderer without any evidence, but Rimi hadn't gotten mad when I treated her like a murderer, had she?
でも、私の推理は間違ってないはず。たく、気をつけてね。岸本さんは、狂ってるよ。
Insane. I couldn't believe Rimi would say such a thing. I thought I'd misheard her or something.
私は正常よ。
え？
With strong projection resounded around us. When I looked over, Ayase was standing at the entrance to the hospital building. Her D-sword in hand.
すべては大いなる意志の導き。
She shouted, brandished her sword, and lunged toward us.
おい、逃げようぜ。
たく、どうしよ
う。どうしようって。
グラジオールに栄光あれ。
Ayase was clearly off her rocker. She steadily barreled toward us. Shit, better run. She'd kill us if we didn't run. My excessive panic made me trip. I fell over ostentatiously.
諦めろ、リミ!
Rimi and Miss Mikan abandoned me as they escaped. I stretched out a hand toward their diminishing backs.
待って！置いていかないで！
死ねー!
When I turned around, Ayase was right in front of me, her sword raised high overhead.
Oi, タク! 何ぼーっとしてんだ! 行くぞ!
I looked around blinking. I didn't spot Ayase anywhere. Didn't have any wounds whatsoever. She hadn't cut me down.
妄想か。
I thought she'd killed me. Such a scary Ayase belonged only in my delusions.
タク! 早く来いって!
Just a safe point for good measure. That's why we're going back to neutral.
屋上に行ったらちょうど岸本さんがいたから。そしたら、機嫌損ねたみたい。
なんだよ。気になってたことって。
剣を見せてって。
I asked her to show me her sword. It could be Rimi too. Could see the D swords? Was what I thought for a second. But I was wrong.
ほら、タクが前に剣のこと話してたでしょ？だから、私も見たいなーって。
それで引っ叩かれたのか？意味わからん。岸本って、剣の話ばっかしてるのにな。さっきも病室に入った途端、グラディエーターがどうとか言い出して、マジビビったぜ。
As the three of us walked along side by side, we passed through the outpatient lobby. Apparently, they'd already stopped receiving outside patients, and you could have counted the number of them left in the lobby. Except there were about 10 people gathered in front of the big LCD TV set up in one of the lobby's corners.
何かな？
また、新しいニュージェネでも起きたんじゃね？
You joke about that, but that happens more quicker than you think. I went rigid at Misumikun carelessly tossed off words, but soon Rimi casually held my hand. Thanks to the warmth of her hand, I managed to scrape by without any further cowering. I had the sensation that my strained heart was smoothly melting away. Rimi was my support. Rimi reassured me. Rimi stayed with me. Parts of her were overly optimistic, but as long as she was by my side, I could just barely hold up under the terror that assaulted me. I was so glad Rimi was there for me.
なあ、二人とも来てみろよ。
Miss Mikun, who had gone up in front of television at some point, beckoned to me and Rimi. All the other people gathered there, elderly and patients and young patients, even nurses had their eyes glued to the TV screen. What on earth was there?
行ってみよう。
Rimi pulled my hand and I moved with her to a position from which we could see the TV. And I fearfully took a look at the screen. Upon seeing the banner text displayed there, I was stunned. It did have a glossary, I think. Yeah. Tips, yeah. It was news about the arrest of the new Gen perpetrator. Who do they suspect it is this time?
繰り返しお伝えします。今日午後3時半ごろ、警視庁渋谷署はいわゆるニュージェネレーションの凶器と呼ばれる渋谷で発生した一連の殺人事件のうち、9月29日に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件の容疑者を逮捕しました。殺人容疑で逮捕されたのは無職、狛枝慎吾容疑者25歳です。
Komeda Shingo? We don't know him.
容疑については先ほど渋谷署で行われた記者会見の通り、今のところ太田久さん殺害についてのみで、他の事件に関する容疑は今後追及していく構えです。狛江田容疑者は太田さん殺害については容疑を認めており、交際している女性が太田さんにしつこくつけ回され、カッとなって首を絞めた。しかしゾンビだったため死なず、貼り付けにして動きを止めたなどと意味不明の供述をしています。警察の調べでは、狛江田容疑者には現在交際している女性がいないことが明らかになっており、薬物を摂取していた疑いもあるとみて捜査を進めています。
I couldn't believe it. As it unfolded, the TV screen showed a live broadcast of the suspect about to be transported by car. The screen blinked violently with the flashes of the lit-up cameras belonging to the reporters thronging all around. The suspect had a jacket covering his head, preventing me from making out anything whatsoever about his appearance.
タク、
Rimi-san squeezed mine harder, still gazing at the TV screen. She murmured to me.
やっぱりタクは犯人なんかじゃなかったし、将軍っていう人も単なるいたずらだったんだよ。
Only a prank.
楠さんだって間違った推理をしてただけ。
Kusunoki-san being mistaken in her reasoning is actually pretty plausible. But the rest is, you know, there's still a lot of stuff unresolved.
ね、これで何もかも解決。
I don't think this is the resolve.
もう見えない影なんかに怯えることないんだよ。
She was right. The detainment of the staking perpetrator automatically meant I wasn't the criminal. I wasn't a sleepwalker, nor did I have multiple personalities, which meant my normalcy and sanity had been proven. At the same time, it also signified a denial of the blood-soaked dream I had seen there. That hadn't been reality. Surely, it was one of my delusions. It was the end. I also doubt, yeah. I doubt that this information we're getting here is anything near correct, and there will be more. That had gone on tormenting me for close to a month had now ended. Now, well, I would have to cower in fear of shadows and in fear of God's gaze, and frantically try to obtain a D-sword. No longer. Despite that, why was it? The sense of dissatisfaction with the explanation lingered in the depths of my chest. It didn't ring true that Shogun would stalk me for the sake of a mere hoax. But maybe I found myself thinking about it that way because of my sense of what was regular had gone numb over this past month. I have a bad feeling about this. If I had set it on vibrate, it was nevertheless impermissible to use your phone in a hospital. I let go of Rimi-san, went outside the front, went outside through the front entrance and took up my cell phone.
はい。誰？
I braced myself. Maybe I would hear, "Let me pass" again. I quickly checked the caller's name. But it was from an unknown number, and I had a bad premonition, and it was about to hurry up and end. I was about to hurry up and end the call when... What I heard through the phone was horribly anguished and undeniably... Nanami's voice.
ナミ。
何なの？
This is neutral. Just saying. So, this must be reality.
右手を返して。
The Gero Froggy specialty shop was called Froggy's Pad. They'd most likely been aiming to leave a good impression on customers with a bit of a pun, but frankly it was at the level of a granddaddy's gag. Ban thought with a sigh. Thank you. Yeah, that's my Carissa body pillow in the back. There are currently 20 Froggy's Pad stores under development in the capital metropolitan area, and they were also said to be in the midst of further expansion. I don't have that much money, to be honest. You could say the body pillow was pretty cheap, to in a sense of the pillow itself is not an original Japanese pillow. It's made in, I don't know, somewhere Eastern Europe. And I got the cover from some Russian online shop, so try to get it on somewhat on the cheap side. So the midst of further expansion. Ban was visiting the first store among them in a shop in Harajuku that Gero Froggy fans considered sacred ground. But Ban quickly regretted having come here.
なあ、ゆあちゃん。帰っていいか？
He muttered quietly to Yua, who had accompanied him and showed him the way to the store.
でも、百瀬さんからゲロカエルンを買ってくるように頼まれてるんじゃ。
だってよ、おじさんだけ明らかに浮いてるからさ。
It was located alongside Takeshita Street, and young people were merrily strolling down the road in front of them, but most of them were passed by without a glance at the shop. There were few people inside the small store interior. Even now there were only about 5 people, including Ban and Yua, and all of them except for Ban were high school girls. Oh, look at that shelf. Those Geros. If a dull-looking man like Ban walked along Takeshita Street with Yua, surely those around them would assume they had something lecherous in mind. And then looking like he was buying a trendy mascot character for her, it'd surely come across as the stereotypical dirty old man, melancholy settled over Ban. On top of that,
なんか誰かに見られてるような気がするんだよな。
it feels like someone's watching me. I have the feeling that somebody's watching me. Ain't got no privacy. Oh.
いい年して自意識過剰かもしんねえが。
あ、それ、私もです。最近、誰かの視線を感じて、たまに、すごく、怖くなるんですよ。
なんで？俺だけじゃなかったか？ゆあちゃんの場合は心配だな。ストーカーに付け狙われてたりしたら。
Yeah, stalker, of course.
そんな、怖いこと言わないでください。
安心しな。そんな奴がいたら俺が逮捕してやるから。
Ending the line of conversation with a grin, Ban gazed fixedly at the various frog mascots he'd left on the shelves. Oh yeah, those shelves. Whose shelves?
ゆあちゃんはここに来るのは何度目だ?
Whose shelves are those shelves?
私も初めてです。
あんまり客がいねえようだが。静かなブームってやつなのか？
金曜日から日曜日にかけてはすごく混んでるらしいです。
On the weekend.
つまり新作が発売されて週末の間だけですね。特に金曜日はものすごく並ぶらしくて。
Doesn't that kind of coincide with the GE rates?
学生のために18時に販売開始なんですけど、噂だとその行列だけで竹下通りが埋め尽くされるとか。
週末だけねえ。ますます怪しいな。
For now, Ban picked up the two teary Garo froggies, which had been released last week, and took them to the register. You are apparently not intending to buy any, trailed after him.
ChäoS!
The store clerk was a dumb-looking man in his 20s with green-dyed hair. His ears were pierced, and he wouldn't have seemed like an employee if he hadn't been behind the register. At least he didn't look ready to be dealing with customers. The clerk stared unreservedly at Ban and Yua.
娘さんへのプレゼントってやつっすか?
Oh.
そうなんだよね。この子がどうしてもって言うから。
That's a way to handle it.
まあ、たまには父親らしいことしてやらんとね。
Ban put on a friendly smile and bowed repeatedly at the younger cashier. Yo was looking down, a startled expression on her face, but he went on playing at being her father anyway.
それより、このカエルに興味あるんだけど、ちょっと話聞かせてもらっていいかな？ゲコカエルンってそんなに人気あるの？
Oh, that hurts. ゲコ。
っていうか、ゲロカエルんすよ。バンバン人気あって、やばいっす。
Bang bang bang.
ゲプカエルンね。いつも週末に新作が出るんでしょ。
ゲロカエルンだって言ってんじゃん、マジ。
It's like the super hacker phrase, you know? ハッカーじゃない、ハッカー。
っていうか、新作とかそういう言い方マジやめてよ。新ガエルだから。
新ガエル。新世紀エヴァンゲリオン。Do you see the parallels?
金土日と超並んでバンバン売れるんでマジやばいっすよ。マジでバンバン売れるっすから。
They're totally bang bang whack.
バンバンっすよマジで。
You abruptly wrinkled her eyebrows. There was something off about this cashier's speech quirk, the words bang bang. Why did he emphasize them so much? It probably wasn't intentional, but Ban had the hallucination that this young store clerk was using his name without any honorifics.
これ、メイドインチャイナってラベルに書いてあるだけなんだけど、メーカーとかわかる？
は？メーカー？つうかゲロカエルにブランドとかねえし、ゲロカエルンはゲロカエルンじゃね？それで完結してね？
マヤシはマヤシです。
おっさん待ち受けんだけど。教えとくと、ゲロカエルンって作ってんじゃねえから。マジバンバン生まれてっから。
Get bang bang born. That sounds wrong. Even Ban seemed likely to explode if the conversation went on any longer, but he stopped it there, paid, and left the store.
店員の教育がなってねえな。 今時の若い連中ときたらもうろくに会話もできやしねえ。大体なんだあの格好はもう。
そうですね。
そうですね。
あ、
You came to an unforeseen halt. She clutched the edge of Ban's suit, pulling him up short.
見てください、バンさん。
どうした？
A white two-ton truck was parked in the direction where you are pointed. Some people in the middle of lowering cardboard boxes from the back of it. And they kept on carrying them over to the back of the Gero Froggy store.
おお、明日発売になるゲジカエルンの新作か。
He's informed. What?
ゲロカエルンです。
ゆあちゃん、よく見つけたな。偉いぞ。
いえ、そんな。
Normally, the side of the trunk would have included the company's name on it, but it was painted black-white, with nothing written there. Except the Gero Froggy card boxes being hauled out of it did feature a Gero Froggy illustration and the company name.
有限会社新興。聞いたことあるかい？
Shinko Incorporated. Shinko. Have you ever heard of him?
ありません。
となれば困った時のももちゃん頼みだな。
After parting ways with Mr. Mikumi at the station, I went back to my base. All the while, I felt as if I were wandering about in a nightmare. Nanami's various facial expressions appeared and vanished in my head. She was straightforward in how she showed her emotions. When she was mad, she'd pull her cheeks up in a big pout, and when she was happy, she'd smile so much I got embarrassed just from looking at her. Each of those expressions in my memory set my heart into a tumult. The phone call. What exactly had the words Nanami conveyed to me meant? The bandage I'd seen her wearing wrapped around her wrist before school? Was it really? Where was Nanami now? At school? Or had she already gone home?
Taku, ほら、前見て歩かないと転んじゃうよ。
We came out onto the roof, Remy supporting me as we went. Trigger time. Let's go green first then.
どうしたの？
これから実家に帰ってみようと思うんだ。
We're gonna read the red one anyway, so.
これから？急だね。
歩いても30分もかからないところなんだ。それで、一緒についてきてほしい。
If I made my request to her, so nervous it felt like my heart would Hold on. So nervous it felt like my heart would leapt out of my mouth. Okay, there's a mistake. I myself was a tad surprised I'd been able to put it into words and actually say it. Before now, I hadn't been capable of asking favors of people.
わかった。ねえ、私のことをご家族に紹介してくれる？
I think I have not heard of the divine light yet.
Eh?
Well, I know that Shinko is a company. It's been ages. Rimi wore a slightly impish impression as she took a peek at my face.
タクのお家にお邪魔することになれば、顔を合わせることになるでしょ？タクはどうするつもりなのかなって思って。ねえ、どう
？Weren't those sort of events supposed to take place after you become boyfriend or girlfriend? Yet Rimi and I weren't in that kind of relationship now. Hold up. What's up with it now? Did I think there was a possibility of us becoming a couple somewhere down the line? Sure, Rimi was awfully friendly toward me, but when you get down to it, I am a dirty otaku, you know. The Shinko Incorporated is the company that delivers or sells the Gero Froggies, yeah. That was the delivery truck we had just in front of, earlier in front of the store. That was from Shinko Incorporated. There was no point in expecting something. Give it a rest. Don't think so highly of yourself, me.
タク、教えてってば。
How should I respond? If I said I would introduce her to them, it felt like it'd be obvious I was getting ahead of myself. If I said I wouldn't introduce her to them, I'd hurt Rimi's feelings.
もう、じれったいな。こうなったら、はっきり言わせてもらっちゃおうかな。紹介して。
はい。
Succumbing to the surprise, I nodded, but Rimi seemed satisfied with this answer of mine.
計算通り。
All of a sudden, a familiar voice reached my ears. I feel like the Divine Light would be something that Kishimoto Ayase would have talked about, but I'm not sure whether she has already or not. It just sounds like a topic for her. But it's like the last time I've touched the game was in July or June, so it's been a while. When surprised, I looked in the direction the voice came from. For some reason, Nanami was poking her head out of the shadow of the container housing, with a smile on her face.
Nanami!
Why was Nanami here? On top of that, she was excited and smiling as if the dire voice I'd heard through the phone had come from a different person altogether. Bewilderment made the inside of my head go white. Disregarding my discombobulation, Nanami came running over on a light footstep.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! She exchanged a high five with Rimi. Why? From her attitude, it almost seemed like she knew Rimi. I hadn't heard anything about these two knowing each other.
おに、びっくりした？実は全部ナナとリミさんの作戦だったんだよ。
作戦？
そう、名付けてお兄とリミさんの仲を既成事実にしちゃおう作戦。
Let's make Rimi-san and Bro's relationship an established fact.
お兄があんまりにも奥手で全然リミさんの気持ちに気づこうとしないからナナが協力したの。
ははは。
じゃあお前手首の包帯とかさっきの電話とかは
全部作戦のうち。お兄ったら本気でナナの心配してるからちょっと笑いそうになっちゃった。
Nanami smiled without a trace of timidity. It went straight to my head. You little.
ごめんね、タク。騙すようなことしちゃって。リミさんは謝らなくてもいいの。お兄が超鈍感なのが悪いんだから。
I fell heavily to my knees, the aggravation of having been taken in. She talked about it like she was making fun of me for being sincerely concerned about her. I didn't like it. Really didn't like Nanami's way of doing things. But more so than that, my worries had ended as groundless fears. Nanami was not only safe, but thriving. My relief over those things won out, and all this tension came flooding out of me.
タク、大丈夫？お兄、落ち込んでないで。ほら、だって。これからお父さんとお母さんにリミさんを紹介しに行かなくちゃいけないんだから。3人で一緒に帰ろう。
Nanami really was an impudent little sister, always mocking her big brother. I was a bit sulky, but I had no choice except to stand up. Nanami and Rimi smiled at each other delightedly and held my hands on either side. I began walking as they pulled me along by the hand. I had a hunch that things were going to be fun. I felt like a peaceful, bright future awaited me. Doom. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced my ears. It was almost akin to a female scream. That sound broke through my reverie, forcing me to acknowledge that Nanami's entrance and her battle plan and whatnot had been part of a convenient delusion. The air trembled, blown by a savage wind. A scarlet glow consumed my field of sight. Uncertain of what happened, I turned my face toward the light. The light. What is this? On top of the container housing, when I looked up, there stood the form of Aisena, her D-sword in hand, her D-sword flashing with the source of the light. But it was strange. Let's reload and go for the red one.
What?
これから実家に帰ってみようと思うんだ。
これから？急だね。
歩いても30分もかからないところなんだ。それで一緒についてきてほしい。
I'd like you to come with me. I made her request to her. So nervous I felt like my heart would leapt out of my mouth. I was a tad surprised when I'd been able to put it into words and actually say it. Before now, I hadn't been capable of asking favors of people.
嫌だよ。
No. She flatly refused me.
私、行きたくない。
Wow. I'd never dreamed that would be her answer, and I doubted my ears. Up until now, Rimi had listened to every selfish wish of mine, no matter what it was. She always helped me, supported me, so I thought she would unconditionally affirm anything I said. But now I had second thoughts, realizing myself I was aberrant for making myself think there was no way she'd turn me down. I'd gotten carried away. I'd let Rimi spoil me too much. So.
それに。
Rimi turned her back to me and wrapped her arms around herself. Wrapped her arms around herself, as if to hold herself.
それに、タクも行かない方がいい。
それってどういう？
He's not supposed to go home.
実家には戻らないで。
A firm tone of voice, like she was giving me an order. I grew confused. I couldn't comprehend what would make Rimi say that. What kind of face did Rimi have on now? I didn't know.
わけがわからない。
あなたは何も知らなくていい。
Her voice held a sense of urgency, as if she were a different person than the Rimi a few moments before.
このコンテナハウスだけでずっと生きていけばいいの。そうしてもらわないと困るんだ。
So what the hell are the parents doing then? Problematic? Whether this was a delusion, wasn't it? Or else... Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced my ears. It was almost akin to a female scream. The air trembled, blown by a savage wind. A scarlet glow consumed my field of sight. Uncertain of what had happened, I turned my face towards the light. On top of the container housing, when I looked up, there stood the form of Ice, and I heard the sword in hand. Her D sword flashing was the source of the light. But it was strange. When I saw it before, I was sure Senna's D-sword had given off a blue light. The sound soon vanished into nothingness. The wind died down as well.
答える。
Answer me. A sharp voice, a cold gaze. There was a patent enmity in Senna's
これを
eyes.
書いたのはお前か？
The one who wrote what? As she spoke, she thrust out my essay. The one with the IR2 doodle drawn on the back of it. For some reason, it was covered in wrinkles. Why did Senna have it? Why was Senna here? Breaking and entering those words floated up my head. I realized she'd searched my room. What for?
答えろと言っている。
そうだけど。だが。
Oh no! Kozuri! Kozupi's in her voice. No! She was behind Senna's back. She crawled on all fours, sticking her head out in our direction. Her expression was terribly tense. Yeah. Run, boy. Run, boy! It was almost the exact same time that Kozupi yelled. Senna jumped down. She realized the sword raised over her head. Remy pulled my arm, sending me tumbling backward. I raised my head in a flurry and looked at the place where I'd previously been standing. Senna's sword gouged the surface of the roof. Dreadful with its unreal sharpness and destructive power, it had been an impact to shatter concrete, but the sword itself bore not a scratch. Weren't these swords supposed to be swords people couldn't see or even touch? A certain word flitted across the back of my brain. The sword had been real booted. Senna's D-sword, having attained the local shared recognition of the four of us here in this place, was real. Not a delusion. It was a great sword that could actually cut people's lives away. If Remy hadn't pulled at me, that beautiful sword would have sliced me cleanly through the head. Instant death. Trembling bolted through my whole body. Just now Senna had unmistakably tried to kill me. But why? My head was full of doubts and questions. Before this, she and Cosby and I had eaten crunchikins together as a trio. We definitely weren't close enough that you could call us friends. And even back then, she'd kept her intimidating attitude till the very end. Even so, it should have been such a sour relationship as to make her attack me with the D-sword out of the blue.
殺してやる。
Oh, look at that D-sword. It's like a dual blade kind of thing. Senna raised her face. She glared at me harder still. Her movements were swift, despite the fact that she carried such a vast sword. She sprang forward from the ground like a sprinter lunging out of a crouching start. She swung her sword as though to make a trip, cut a line in the ground. Closing the distance between us, she raised it on high. My instinct awoke to the nature of the situation in an instant. She was serious. Senna... I collapsed gracelessly on my back. I'd lost my voice. I couldn't escape. All too unreasonable. All too sudden. To think I'd hit a game over like this. To think I'd get ambushed by Senna after desperately fleeing Shogun. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. There, a single human form leapt forward, diving between me and Senna, standing in the way. When I looked, Rumi's back was before me. She had both her arms spread out, as though to block Senna's path as she charged at me. She would risk harm to protect me? But then Rimi would die, and no, I couldn't take that. Suddenly, I remembered what Cosby had said to me before. Pale light overflowed from Rimi's outspread hands. Rimi. She crossed her hands over each other as though to bind the overflowing light together. The air trembled. Glittering feathers of light from somewhere danced about her. That which materialized in her hands. She caught and stopped Senna's colossal, furiously lowered sword with ease. It was far too graceful and far too divine to be called a sword, so much that one might mistake it for an angel's wings. Then I understood. She, too, Sakihata Rimi, too, was a gigalomaniac. You know what she reminds me of? A certain night elf. From Warcraft 3 or the World of Warcraft. Illidan Stormrage. Those blades remind me of Illidan. Avicenna stared at the face of the girl in front of her with astonishment. The sword, shaped like a pair of wings, which had... What the fuck? What the fuck, neighbors? A firework at like almost 9 p.m. on Halloween? Really? A sword shaped like a pair of wings, which had stopped the attack from Senna's dice sword without any difficulty, was clear a D-sword itself. If she weren't accustomed to handling it, she wouldn't have been able to catch Senna's blow with such an excellent timing. Kozue gazed at Senna and the others from atop the container housing as if she were sightseeing from the sidelines. She sat on the edge, kicking her hanging legs a little in the air. Quite a carefree attitude for having interfered with her surprise attack a few seconds ago, Senna thought, clicking her tongue inwardly. But her eyes didn't slide away from Rimi. Right in front of her, Rimi, in contrast, had a brooding expression. Behind Rimi, the pathetically crumbled Nishijo Takumi let out a moan. He was Sena's ultimate target, and she had no intention of fighting with Rimi. Moreover, this wasn't a manga or anime. It was probably unrealistic. It was probably unrealistic to conceive of a battle between these swords.
その男が何をしたか知っているのか？ IR2 という公式を。
IR2。
知ってるよ。
She cut off Senna's words. A quiet, sorrowful but distinct answer. Hearing it, Senna gripped her D-sword harder.
それなら
タクを覚醒させれば、もっと大変なことになる。
その前に殺す。
あなたには無理だよ。
You won't be able to. There was no point in talking to her, Senna deemed. She took a stance to protect the distance between them. Rimi, on the other hand, only stood there casually. It would take about 5 large strides to reach the slumped-over Nishijo Takumi, a distance from which she could bring things to an end in 3 seconds. Senna unhesitatingly lunged straight at Rimi. So we're getting a battle here. Aiming for her, Senna swept her D-sword horizontally. Rimi attempted to catch it in the same way she had before, but Senna's slashing attack was a feint. Her sword passed through Rimi's sword and body. She'd undone the real booting. Now Senna's D-sword was no more than a delusion. Unable to touch anything, unable to cut anything, unable to kill anything. But that was exactly what she'd aimed for. Rimi, who had braced herself to receive the attack, reacted too slowly. In the meantime, Senna had already slipped past her side and taken another 2 strides, closing in on Takumi. She reverted to a real booted state in an instant. With this, Takumi's eyes turned toward her, brimming with the hue of horror, terror, and it took little effort for her to finish real booting. When she prepared to go through Takumi's heart with her sword that had once again become part of reality.
Senna.
Who is that dude? Somebody's shadow flitted across the corner of her sight. The instant she heard that voice, she became deeply shaken, missed her mark, and the end of her sword grazed Takumi's feet and embedded itself in the concrete. Senna slowly raised her head and released a voice akin to a growl. At the edge of the roof, the deepening sunset at his back, a lone man stood there like a ghost. He looked sickly and pale, bloodshot eyes and sunken sockets. His head hung down, expressionless. The second she spotted him, Senna stopped caring about what became of Takumi, the man she had constantly been chasing, the object of her hatred. The man who had thrown her away and betrayed his family. That man was before her eyes. Stepping toward him, Senna grit her teeth to endure her surging hatred. She readied her D-sword again. Another step forward. That dude looks like Takumi but older. But that can't be.
私はお前の母さんを生贄に捧げるしかなかったんだ。
黙れ。
A living sacrifice. Oh. Yeah.
だからセナ、安心してほしい。
What kind of, you could say, reaction is this? Yeah, I killed your mother, but, you know, she died peacefully. She died peacefully, but I killed her. It's like, your dog is dead, but you can keep the remains.
母さんのおかげで素晴らしい実験結果が出た。母さんは世界のために役立ったんだ。
This is just plain wrong.
お前も母さんの功績を誇っていい。
黙れよ!
When the blood rushed to her head, Senna no longer saw anything but the man's form. She ran. In an instant, Senna covered the distance between them in the blink of an eye, sprang at his chest, and stabbed him deep with her D-sword. Oh. Another person down, I think? It was Senna's dearest wish. She had wanted Shibuya every day solely for the sake of killing this man. She had always dreamed of the day when she would kill him.
やっと母さんの仇を。
Did this guy just show up in order to save Takumi and get killed himself? Is that a possibility? She tried to pull out her sword. She tried to move away from him. But it wouldn't come out. The man embraced her, as if to enfold her.
ヨゼ、気安く触るな!
All the fine hairs on her body stood on end. And he did such a thing to her now. After so much time, it would only... If he did such a thing... Now, after so much time, it would only horrify her. Senna had long since severed the family bond that once had existed between her and him. Yet she was shocked at herself for how, for some reason, she couldn't push him away. Warmth, a broad chest, the real sensation of her father, her red-stained hands. So she just killed her father because, you know, he just appeared and, yeah, he killed Senna's mom. It's just like, yeah, I appear, Senna kills him, and what? That's kind of a twist.
お前が望んだ妄想だ。
望んだ妄想だよ。
This is the delusion you wished for? Plot twist. It was a delusion. At that whisper, Senna understood an error had slipped into her... Hold on. An error had slipped into her dead spots. A psychological attack bewitched her. Rimi had read her fantasies. By the time she realized her mistake, it was too late. Losing her balance, she toppled from the edge of the roof together with the man. To Senna, the ground 8 floors below them looked terribly distant. Yeah. I could only watch it uncomprehendingly. I'm just gonna save here. For good measure. Abruptly dashing to the edge of the roof, Senna lost her balance all on her own, and was at this very moment about to fall off. Her body threatened to disappear over the edge. All I could do was murmur. I closed my eyes tight. Suicide. Senna had plotted to kill herself by jumping off. I don't know why. I wouldn't stand for knowing why. She'd attacked me out of the blue. Now she was receiving heavenly punishment. She'd been my enemy too. No matter how much time passed, I didn't hear the sound of her crashing below. I tentatively opened my eyes to see what was happening. Senna wasn't falling. She slumped down. She slumped down. Okay. Rimi stood close beside her. She was gripping Senna's arm. Had Rimi saved her? Senna flung away her D-sword and wept like a child. What the hell was going on with this sequence of events? Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself too. To me at least, it only looked as though Senna were single-handedly trying to die.
辛い思いさせてごめんね。でもしょうがなかったの。
What had Rimi done to her? She was like another person compared to the usual Chiri Rimi. A tormented expression, a sorrowful murmur, wavering eyes. A Rimi I didn't know that was there. A voice resounded in my heart as before Kozubi watched how we were doing from the top of the container housing.
もう終了だよね。もしもセナさんのことぐしゃばきってしようとしてるならコズピ許さないぽん。
We're not undead.
咲畑さんのことバラバラにしちゃうよ。
What? My back went ice cold. Kusumi had the same airheaded anime-style voice as always, but she meant what she said. What is going on between those gigalomaniacs?
もう終わり。もともと葵さんのことどうこうするつもりはないし、
It's over.
タクの前から消えてくれるならこのまま解放する。それは無理。だってコズピーとセナさんとタクミさんはお友達だもん。そうでしょタクミさん。
I couldn't think about anything. If someone told me everything happened now as it was a dream, I'd undoubtedly believe them. Why had Senna suddenly attacked me in the first place? Why had she been my enemy all along?
お前のせいだ。
Senna, who had been sobbing, raised her face. She didn't attempt to wipe her tears. She was still collapsed on the ground. She stared at me harshly.
お前のせいで私の家族は
What? What? Girl, explain? I floundered. She battered me with raw emotion. What are you claiming I've done? I don't cause trouble for anyone, and I certainly didn't know a thing about Senna's family. I'm very much a harmless human being. She'd read my mind.
お前が生み出したものが世界を滅ぼすかもしれないっていうのに。
Destroy the world? Another self-centered fantasy? I looked at Remy, seeking her help, but she stood with her back facing us, looking vaguely out at the darkening sky.
無駄だよ。
Her figure, her voice. Was it my imagination that they seemed horribly lonely?
タクは何も知らないから。
That's the thing. He doesn't know a thing what's going on. He doesn't know why he's supposed to be the bad dude, like, for real. And when Remy said it that way, it seemed almost as if she knew anything and everything, so...
ふざけるな!
Yeah, go figure yourself, Senna. You won't get a thing out of him because he doesn't know a thing. He's dumb.
今渋谷を襲っている混乱は全部あの公式が発端なんだぞ。
That equation.
それ以上言わないで。タクは本当に何も知らないの。
It sounded like they were talking about me, but I myself couldn't keep up with their conversation.
公式ってこれのこと？
Because we descended from the container housing, holding my essay. That which was drawn there, a scribble I had written in elementary school. Fun squared by 10. IR2. What? IR2. It was the origin of the chaos now besieging Shibuya? Talk about a false accusation. Of course, a doodle like this, like that, couldn't possess such power if I had truly been in a light-hearted frame of mind when I drew this doodle. I had truly been in a light-hearted frame of mind when I drew this doodle. I must have been, because it had happened so long ago. I couldn't remember too well, but it bore no particular meaning. I'd only copied the numbers that appeared in a dream of mine. In a dream of mine. So he's been having the delusion since, like, forever? A dream related to the whose eyes, all those eyes, essay written on the front. I'd used those words since the distant past, and at some point they attained more and more of a shape in my dreams. There inlay the numbers.
FUN の10乗かける INT の40乗イコール IR2
IR2 IR2 Sana wiped her eyes at last, leaving them bright red. Even so, she remained crumbled, head lowered in apparent frustration. She wove her words.
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬間世界は分岐したんだ
But how?
ノア2に搭載されている中で最も秀でているのは中核システムに組み込まれたとある方程式です。
Noah 2。
これは人類史上、未だ回答が見つかっていないとされているもの。
ミレニアム7のうちの一つかね。
億単位の懸賞金がかけられているという数学界で未だ未解決の7つの問題か。
いいえ、その7つの中には入っていません。ですが、実はミレニアム7はもともと問題が8つあった。
それがノア2に組み込まれている方程式だと。
削除された理由は？
世界に最悪をまき散らす可能性があるためというところです。
Catastrophe。
一体どのような数式なのだ？
基本相互作用における電磁気力を想定した共鳴現象。それを表す計算式です。これにより、特定の電磁パルスと受容体とが近接作用することで発現する未知の力が解明されました。各国が30年以上かけて開発し積み上げてきた沈黙の兵器の研究成果を一瞬にして過去のものとしてしまったんですよ。
その問題に回答を見つけた者は神になるに等しいというわけだ。
それを君が果たしたというわけかね。
それはとても不思議な場所から見つかりました。子供の落書きというね。
How?
IR2。ノア2のいわゆるハードウェア部分はこの公式によって神に匹敵する能力を手に入れました。あとはソフトウェア部分に相当するギガロマニアックスのコードサンプルを集めれば、ノア2は本格的に稼働し、我々の望むものすべてを実現してくれるでしょう。
かのアインシュタインが現代に生きていればと思うよ。彼は高い能力を持つギガロマニアックスだったと聞く。
Holy moly, what's going on?
家庭の話よりも現状がどうなっているかだ。ギガロマニアックスは世界中に数えるほどしかいないというではないか。大丈夫なのか？
すでに5人分のサンプルは確保しました。
ノア2稼働に十分な数は集まったようだね。
ならば結果を。
ただ、サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は向上します。特にどうしてもサンプルを採取したいギガロマニアックスの少年が一人いましてね。
だからといって計画の遅延は許されんぞ。
ノア2の本格稼働はいつ頃になりそうなのかね。
稼働前に最終実験としてサードメルトを行います。
The third melt. You could just start with a third impact first, you know. But we've seen that already in Eva. The third melt, that in itself is a huge Evangelion reference. Like, for real.
また地震を起こそうと？
Just that the impact was more than just an earthquake.
予測規模は？
想定では関東大震災と同レベル。
Oh, some big boys pick up to big things.
関東大震災クラスだと？
マグニチュード 7.9 だったかな。
現在の建築基準と免震対策レベルを考えれば、町にかつてほどの大きな損害を及ぼすことはないでしょ
う。だが、犠牲者の数はファースト、セカンドの比ではなかろう？
およそ5000人ほどといったところです。少なく見積もってですが。問題が？
責任は貴様が取るのだろうな。
腹でも切って死んでみせますか？これが最終実験です。
これは最終実験です。This has a Steins Gate vibe to it.
サードメルトが予定通りの成果を上げたとき、ノア2は完全なる完成を見る。世界の可能性は我らの手の中に。
Those are the real mad scientists.
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬間、世界は分岐したんだ。
分岐って。
This isn't an arrow game.
タク。もう行こう。話、聞く必要なんてないよ。
Ruby pulled my hand, entreating me to come in the room. A sense of desperation seeped out of her attitude. Rimi was afraid of
葵
something.
さんが言ってることは、全部嘘っぱちだし。
嘘はそっちだろ。
Wow. Fake news.
葵さん、もう帰って。タクの前から消えてよ。
Whose words should I believe?
たかが数式になんでそんなに目くじら立てるんだよ。
本当に何も分かってないのか。アインシュタインが唱えた E=MC の事情、これが発表されたことで核兵器が開発されるという未来が生まれたように。お前の生み出した IR2 もまた E=MC の事情と同じ、いや、それ以上の影響力を世界に与えている。IR2 は沈黙の兵器を現実のものとした。
沈黙の兵器？
思考盗撮、視覚投影、五感制御。
Sheesh. That was the technology from the patent I'd researched all over the place, but the one center I had told me about.
ギガロマニアックスは特別。いや、異常ではなくなる。これからはこの忌々しい力を誰もが自由に使えるようになるんだ。IR2 を元に作られた装置によってな。もっとも、その前に一握りの腐った連中に独占され、人々は気づかないうちに家畜同然の立場になるよう洗脳されてしまうだろうが。
Wow. Wow. I didn't know. Told you he didn't know. You say that, but it's got nothing to do with me. Even assuming Senna spoke the truth, I hadn't deliberately planned on creating something so inconceivable. It was just a little kid's doodling. I haven't done anything wrong.
そのアイアーム2は
But how did he get the idea for the doodle then? Through the dreams?
IR2.
But what's the source of the dream? Well, will we ever know?
それはギガロマニアックスの力のことをキュッピーって説明したものなんだ。やっぱりあのおじさんが言ってたのは本当だったのら。一番重要なのはその目、誰の目を生み出した少年なんだって。それってたくみちゃんの
ことだったのね。Goosebumps perky voice. I couldn't regard it as innocently as she did, nor did Remy offer any reply except send a look. Widened her eyes, raised her face with a start, swayed upright. Why was she unsteady on her feet? Maybe because of whatever Remy had done to her earlier.
小杖。お前、今なんて言った？
お前、今なんて言った？OP? Sarah pressed in on the puzzled Cosby.
おじしゃんって誰のことだ？
The old when what? She knows.
コズピーに理想度の大切さを教えてくれた人。
You have a mentor?
東京に来て初めて話した人なの。なんかね、ふぎゅーって鼻つまみたくなっちゃう格好してて、へんてこなこと書いた板持ってたの。
A board with
世界は終わるとかとか
The world is ending.
なんでそれを早く言わなかった？
そんなこと言われて
も。あいつだ。やっと見つけた。
Remy, Cosby, and I, none of us had any idea what she was talking about, but all we could do was dazedly watch Senna and her blood-curdling demeanor.
私はやっとあいつを殺せる。
殺せる。A certain experiment took place, but she never knew of it. She was an ordinary housewife who had been blessed with her second child not long before turning 40. Well, perhaps she wasn't utterly ordinary. If nothing else, her eldest daughter was about to enter high school, so there was a 15-year gap between her and the second child. She had been slightly worried about that her eldest daughter would feel some resistance to this, as she was going through puberty, but on the contrary, the daughter rejoiced at her mother's pregnancy. Her husband, a scientist, rarely came home as he immersed himself in his religion and his research, but he was a wonderful husband and father when at home. That was why, though she had some dissatisfactions, her love for her husband remained unshakable. Their second child was born safely, an energetic little girl, 2,579 grams. She named her Mana. Unfortunately, her husband had received a job assignment away from home immediately afterward. Her husband had absolutely nothing in the way of general homemaking skills, so they had to ask their reliable eldest daughter to go with him and help take care of him. She, who would now live without her days, live out her days with the new and born Mana, just the two of them moved into a cheap corporate housing at her husband's suggestion. Originally, she had lived in a suburban condo, but it was located inconveniently with respect to transportation. But the company housing her new residence was in the best district in Shibuya, and many of her husband's co-workers' families lived nearby. Childcare was provided as well. Her husband had taken this into consideration so she wouldn't experience any trouble, just in case. All the rooms in the company housing were spacious, and she took a particular liking to her bedroom. There was an enormous mirror covering the whole wall, and in the opposite wall was an enormous window. She could gaze at the greenery of Yoyogi Park there. She soon befriended the lady living next door, and due to exceptionally special treatment she received from the company, a housekeeper was assigned to her as well. She was satisfied with this lifestyle in which she wanted for nothing, and she took pride in how it indicated the importance of her husband's position in the company. 2 years later, though her growth was somewhat delayed, Mana began growing up cheerfully, without contracting any major illnesses. She was very spoiled. If she did not hold her up against her breast, Mana would start crying piercingly. She herself had been in a poor condition for about a month. She, an especially terrible ringing in her ears, and it bothered her practically all day long. Even then, she wouldn't let the housekeeper or her lady neighbor take care of Mana. In any case, she and Mana were attached at the hip, and they never parted, neither when they went to the toilet or took a bath. If she thought about perhaps having the housekeeper hold Mana for a bit, Mana would sense with extreme sensitivity and burst out crying. On the contrary, Mana's reliance on her made Mana even more precious to her, but as a result, she continued a lifestyle in which she couldn't take so much as a step out of the house. The housekeeper and her neighbor helped to support this lifestyle of hers. She was truly fortunate to have met them. Then again, the two of them were gradually beginning to act stranger and stranger. About a week ago, they were chatting in the living room. Her neighbor vomited without any warning. Disregarding her startle, the lady went flying outside. Because they hadn't encountered each other since then, she worried that her friend had fallen ill. Thus, she requested that the housekeeper go check on the lady's condition. When she conveyed this to the housekeeper, who had finished working and was about to leave, said, "See you tomorrow." The housekeeper abruptly burst into tears and nodded countless times as she went home. That night, the tenderness that had been tormenting her all the while grew more acute, and splinting pain shot through her head. She tried to call an ambulance, but the phone wouldn't connect. She went outside to seek the help of the lady next door, but even that caused her great difficulty. Her daughter wept wildly, and the voice further stimulated her point. When she desperately embraced Mana and endured her suffering, all of a sudden the ringing in her eyes and the weeping voice stopped. Her headache retreated as though it had been a lie. When she looked down, the child she held had become a mummy. Though she had been crying so loudly only a moment ago, at some point her body had decayed, dried up, and began to give off a hideous smell. Her heart broke, for she realized it had been an experiment. A certain experiment took place, but it differed from what he had hypothesized. Bro. He was a scientist at the Nozomi Technology Company, a follower of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Yeah, I think we have heard something of it. Wow. One of the central figures in Nozomi Technology's ultra-classified Project Noah, and the man who had deciphered he offered up his wife. then on the verge of childbirth as an experimental subject. At the same time, this was an order from the revered founding father of his sect, who was also something he had himself. Oh, what? Oh. It was also something he himself had suggested in order to make the experiment a success. Jeez. It was called the Mana experiment, based on the code name given to the second daughter his wife had delivered. Entrusting his elder daughter, 15 years old at the time, to a church facility. He spent 24 hours a day observing his confined wife and Mana. Holy. The room his wife had made herself think. The room his wife had made herself think of as the company's housing was the test site prepared by Nosman Technology, and the Noah 2 prototype he had developed was stationed there. Taking snapshots of people's thoughts, projecting images into their vision, controlling their 5 senses, the effects of all these were being tested out on his wife and Mana, the human subjects confined to the experimental grounds. The many ways in which electromagnetic wave energy affects the human body remain unnumbered, and naturally he planned to halt the experiment if his wife or Mana experienced any physical abnormalities. The experiment met with an accident soon after its commencement. But a month after her birth, Mana died. The cause of death was unknown. An accident no one could have prevented. Overwhelmed with grief, he sought to stop the experiment, but he wasn't permitted to.
実に興味深いではないですか。
So said his employer. His employer had been speaking to the grotesque spectacle inside the test site. Refusing to acknowledge Mana's death as a reality, his wife held the child's dead body and treated it as if it were alive. And in fact, her eyes reflected a living Mana. That was due to the influence of the Noah 2 prototype, and in a certain sense it was the ideal situation on which to test its performance. They turned a deaf ear to his will. At least he began to think that perhaps continuing the experiment would be to his wife's benefit. The wife he saw through a one-way mirror lived out every day in bliss, embracing her child's corpse. She walked gently to the child while gazing at the greenery of Yoyogi Park, which was a fake projected into her sight from the wallpaper made to resemble a window that was pasted to the wall. The lady next door, as well as the housewife, were research team staff members who took care of his wife undercover. As long as the experiment continued, his wife's heart would never be broken. He told himself it was for his wife's sake. Perhaps his heart had broken before hers did. At some point his goal became not to complete Noah 2, but rather to allow his wife to go on dreaming. And so his employer declared a sudden end to the experiment, which had continued for close to 2 years. Oh, that mental breakdown. I don't want to... Wow.
データは十分取れました。ノア2本格稼働は間近です。この実験ももう続ける意味はないでしょう。
He desperately resisted, but it got him branded a traitor and he was taken off the project. The day of the test site's closure, as their one kindness to him, they permitted him to be present, albeit tied down in the laboratory. And his eldest daughter, who he had not seen in person for 2 years, was also compelled to attend. His daughter looked confused when he saw him.
父さん、これはどういうこと？母さんに何をしたの？
Oof.
母さんが抱いているの。一体。
He could answer. Guilt over what he had done made him incapable of looking at his daughter in the face. Meanwhile, the beginning of a ghastly ceremony approached. The neighbor had already become unable to endure the putrid stench, and the housekeeper wept at the wife's words as she left the experimental site. And the equipment stopped, and the dream ended, and his wife broke. At the sight of her child, who to her appeared to have suddenly transformed into a mummy, she tore at her head, ripped out her hair, dug at the skin with the face of her nails, and in the end began devouring her child's desiccated body. Wow. Laughing madly, she rammed her head into the wall, and finally, stabbing a kitchen knife into her eyes, and died. What a show. His daughter screamed and cried, weaving the atrocities of her mother's last moments through a one-way mirror. Researchers held his 2 daughters up on both sides and hauled away somewhere. He was not allowed to chase after his one remaining family member. I'm sorry.
すまない。すまない。
He blamed himself, believing that he had brought all of it upon himself. Since the time 2 years ago when he made up his mind to continue the experiment, it should have been obvious to him, whatever his reasons may have been, that one day things would end up like this. Several days after his wife's death, he vanished. Now no one knows where to find him. Weck tickles. Afterwards, Senna interrogated Cosby about something, wild-eyed, and then finally sped on her way alone. Cosby went chasing after her, but I remained unaware of why Senna had suddenly started acting like a woman possessed. But now I was plodding through the neighborhood of Shimokitazawa. If I walked a little further, I'd reach my parents' house. It was less than a 30-minute walk from my base. I wondered if Nanami would be home. Though less so than in Shibuya, there were many people walking along the streets of Shimokitazawa. The Esper commotion continued to have its pronounced influence, and there were people who grinned mockingly when they saw me, or even took out their cell phones and snapped pictures. Devoured by humiliation and shame, I hurried along the road home. Rimi murmured, eyes still lowered, as she walked a little behind me. In the time it had taken us to reach this point, she had repeated the same thing over 10 times. Even if she had apologized to me, there was nothing I could say in response. I didn't know Rimi. It had been that way since the first time we met. Rimi had supported me. Rimi had been there for me. But in the end, I still didn't understand a thing about her. The whole time I'd let things stay that way, ambiguous, unresolved. Maybe because I had an inkling that once something became clear, I wouldn't be able to stay with Rimi any longer. I feared that.
どうして僕と一緒にいてくれるの?
Once I mustered my courage, it was all that I could ask her. The reason why Rimi spent her time together with the likes of me. Was it because, after all, she was attempting to entrap me the same as you were? But the answer she gave back to me wasn't anything of the sort.
あなたに目覚めて欲しくないの。
See, she doesn't want him to awaken. The wheelchair dude wants him to awaken. And Senna, I don't know what Senna's stance is on him awakening. I think Senna just wants him dead.
普通の生活を送って欲しかった。
She didn't want me to awaken as a gigalomaniac? Rimi knew more about me than I did.
一体君は何者なの?
Yeah, who are you?
私は
After some hesitation, Rimi said,
私はタクの友達だって思ってる。
Friendzoned.
友達でいたいな。
Friendzoned. In other words, she was telling me not to ask anything more. But I couldn't stop myself from asking.
僕はギガロマニアックスなの。
そうとも言えるし、違うとも言える。
Which one is it? Was she trying to dodge the subject?
君は IR2 のこと知ってたの?
聞いたことがあるだけ。
セナがいいって言ってたのは本当なの?
嘘だよ。
So, I don't know whether Senna's talking truth or not, but I kind of assume what Senna's saying this is the truth. A lie. The answer calling it a lie itself was a lie. I could tell from looking at Rimi's demeanor. I was about to demand even more answers, I felt, but I held my tongue. Was Rimi my enemy or my ally? If I asked her response would determine whether or not I could be with her. So I couldn't ask her. If I pretended nothing had happened, I could go on being deceived, and we could go on acting the same way as we always had until now. Maybe things would go easier and happier that way. Yes, that's what I'd do. I'd feign being an idiot, and I'd let Rimi keep fooling on me. If nothing else, Rimi had helped me countless times, so she wouldn't seek to harm me from here on out either. I'd be fine with it if I did as she said and lived an ordinary life.
ありがとう.
Averting my eyes from her, I gave voice to those words rather than to my questions.
守ってくれて。
タク。
Unable to think of anything else to say, I silently continued down the road to my parents' house. At last, a familiar road came into sight, a small, quiet residential area. At times I could hear the faint sound of a train speeding along somewhere far away. Scenery I'd known since my childhood, the place where I was born and raised. I traveled this road to go to both elementary school and middle school. If I entered the narrow road before me, my house would be nearby. was scared of coming face to face with Nanami, but I couldn't bear not making sure of whether or not Nanami's hand was where it belonged. Calming myself by pausing to take some deep breaths, I started to step forward.
待って。
When I turned back, Remy was looking at me with a face that seemed on the verge of crying.
どうしても行くの？ねえ、行かないで。
So he's still not allowed to go to his parents' home to check on Nanami. Yeah, that's kind of strange, to be honest.
もう普通じゃいられなくなるよ。私、そんなの嫌だな。
そんなの嫌だな。What was that supposed to
帰ろう。あのコンテナハウスに帰ろう。私、タクが望む限りずっと一緒にいるから。
Now that's an offer?
それで、一緒に学校に行って、大臣と3人で他愛もない話をして、帰りに立ち食いそば屋さんとか、CD ショップとかに寄って、そうやって、これからもやっていこうよ。
僕は、ナナミに会わなくちゃ。
いないよ、きっと。
How did she know? Was she lying again? Would it be bad for her if I visited home?
私、タクの悲しむ顔、見たくない。
That's how you...
もう、謎かけみたいなことはやめてよ。
I'd had enough. Was she telling me to stay unaware of the truth forever? I couldn't feign idiocy after all. Everyone kept thrusting mysteries at me, even though I'd wanted to remain ignorant.
実家に行っちゃいけない理由があるなら言ってよ。
Tell me.
こんな中途半端なのうんざりなんだ。
Sick of it. Up until now, hadn't I myself been the one who chose to leave everything half finished? Had I run away from it all by my own will? Yes. Which was why I ought to keep doing the same thing henceforth. Go back to my base. Listen to Remy. There was no need for me to see Nanami. What did I plan on doing if I went back to check if her right hand were there and it wasn't? Wouldn't that mean it was my fault? Nanami would hate me. She would resent me. I was a pathetic guy who hadn't been able to rescue my little sister, and that fact would become written in stone. I wouldn't become a prisoner to guilt if I left things ambiguous the way they were now. I should do that. It was the best possible choice. Don't look at anything. No matter how many mysteries are thrust at you, just ignore them. Shut yourself away from the world.
ほんと、世話が焼けるな。ナナがいないと何にもできないんだから。
Oh. That's a trigger.
ダメだ。
No good. My mind recalled Nanami's bright voice.
ダメだよ。
ダメだよ. If I fled here, I would never be able to face Nanami again for the rest of my life. I would never be able to return to my childhood home again for the rest of my life. I clenched my fists. I stepped into the narrow road leading to my parents' home. They were less than 50 meters from here to the house. At first, I walked on swift feet. Midway through, I started running, aiming for the house where I had been born and raised. Oh, another 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. 0. Meters. Ooh. Ooh. What's gonna happen? The owls I knew so well. Wasn't there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. There was a different name on the nameplate. It wasn't Nishijo. For starters, the house wasn't shaped the same. The house I'd lived on was far newer and cleaner looking. I looked around, though I thought I'd been one off, that I'd gotten the neighbors. But I hadn't. In the first place, the surrounding scenery didn't match up with my memories. I thought maybe I'd gotten lost on the way and I'd entered the road of a block too early. But it couldn't be. I recognized the route up until there. I remembered the streets alone, but the house wasn't there. When I walked along the road from my memory, the same landscape from my memory failed to emerge, and an unfamiliar scene spread out before me. I'd never seen it before. That was a place I'd become deeply familiar with, yet I had the sensation that I was coming here for the first time.
照明ビューだ。
違うよ。
Plot twist, your whole childhood was a lie? That's what it sounds like right now? Remy stood close behind me. She denied my words immediately.
この世界に
In all the world,
タクの帰る場所はないの。
you have nowhere to go home to, Taku. Ooh, that screeching. Bright afternoon light shone into the hospital corridor. It was fairly dim during this span of time, immediately before the transition to night, since indoor lights hadn't been turned on yet. The dinner time bustle had quieted down a short while ago, and an almost eerie silence came floating down. Shogun progressed down the hallway in his wheelchair. The sound of its creaking wheels echoed through the corridor. Not one of the nurses he passed tried to say something to him or meet his eyes. And Shogun, too, acting as if this were only to be expected, continued turning the wheels of his wheelchair with his emaciated skin and bone hands. As he passed in front of a certain hospital room, a male patient named Yamai raised his voice. He pointed at Shogun, and he shouted frenetically. As for the nurse, who happened to be with Yamai at the moment, she wore a face of absolute perplexity.
アミちゃんが帰ってきたよ。またお外に出かけてたんだ。いけないんだ。
誰もいませんよ。
But no one's there. Upon surveying the area, the nurse smiled wryly. She had said no one's there, despite the fact that Shogun was going down the corridor right in front of her in his wheelchair.
また山井さんは私のことからかってるんでしょう。
アミちゃん、ラウミちゃん、タウミちゃん。
Yamai went on shouting as though he'd gotten angry. Ignoring him, Shogun wordlessly turned down the hall to the right. There, the cream-colored wall abruptly went blank. This looks like a glitch in the Matrix or something. Even with that wall before him, Shogun didn't stop his wheelchair. He just glitches in. The instant before it seemed as though we were about to have a violent collision with the black wall, it unexpectedly vanished. It literally vanished into thin air. The wall disappeared and the hallway beyond it came into view. Shogun continued straight forward. About 20 meters down the corridor, he reached a dead end. This time for real. There was a single door. Shogun opened the door and went inside, and it was an illusionary hospital room. A room no one knew, which had been whispered of in ghost stories for several years now. The name written on the nameplate for the hospitalized patient was... It was Nishiju Takumi? I don't know. Oh, that was a weird guess.